Pleasure.
Call this meeting, the work session to order. I note for the record, all five of us are here, as well as a distinguished cast of characters joining us. Hargrove.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Glad to be with you again today.
Ask a quick question.
Of course.
Is there any possibility of, I know we have like 6 hours on the agenda, any possibility of saying, let's try to shoot for 4?
I'm going to attempt that. Yes, I would. It really depends on how quickly we can knock out consensus and priorities. Quite frankly.
I only asked for my acidity in terms of being able to hang in there for that long.
I think that's more than reasonable. I think we gave that time, Placker, this is more of a hold to see how things went. And you guys did a really good job last night. So we got through a lot of stuff. All right. So when we left here, these are the things we were going to start focusing on this morning. We were going to talk a little bit more about, I want to hear from you guys about our regional partnerships, nonprofits, other local governments, other entities. We talked a little bit about UVA, the anchor institution at the end yesterday. We talked a little bit about PVCC on a couple of topics yesterday as well. So I do want to explore that with you so staff can get some feedback from you all on those types of partnerships. And then we just a little bit of time for things that we've not talked about. If you remember, one of the last things I mentioned yesterday was you guys have done a really good job of sort of hitting all the high points of your existing strategic plan that you've been sort of using since 2018. I know that you guys will be working on an updated version of that, but you were pretty good and covered a lot of different topics. The interim city manager mentioned a little bit about talking about vision. And I'm not saying that we absolutely have to craft anything today, but at least giving staff maybe some feedback on what an aspirational goal is for council in the city. And then, I'd like us to sort of knock down, we've got some action items that I can dilute over here from yesterday, some actionable things we can be doing both in the short term and the long, but we really need to get some top priorities identified and some clear direction to staff on how you want them to proceed to assist you guys with those priorities.
Yeah, as I think all that sounds great. I was thinking about this a little last night and this morning. I think the only other thing that I would add to what we talked about yesterday, and it did kind of permeate in around the edges, is just an organization that does the everyday well. One of the things that I heard when I was campaigning was a return to normalcy or return, and some of that can be hankering for the good old days, which weren't good for lots of people. But I think that one thing I distinctly remember when I ran 3 years ago was talking with, really passionate activists and also with folks on the Downtown Business Association, very different worldviews, but they were all unified in their frustration, to put it mildly, with how Charlottesville managed through August 2017. And it wasn't so much a critique of the police per se, it was the operational nuts and bolts of how to manage through something like that. And granted, that was an event that swamped the city, but there was a common theme of doing the little things well and being excellent in that. And I know I think the conversation yesterday on the CIP really was hitting that, like, are we doing the sidewalks? Are we doing these basic sorts of things that seem boring, but are very important? So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there as something that I think should inform our thinking as well.
It's nice to talk about potholes and sidewalks and infrastructure after managing 2 years of global chaos.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
a good point.
yeah. And that's one of my takeaways last night is, you got to take a breath. This has been a challenging 2 years for everybody, and you guys as a group, just the fact that this is literally now the second time that you've met in the same room together in a council meeting. I think it's pretty big. Yeah. That's huge, and the fact that you're doing this. So yeah, I think that's a great perspective, and I think aspiring for operational excellence. I mean, I can't imagine that's not what your staff wants to achieve. So Anything from you folks, senior leadership, before we start rolling into this?
I think that we're working on it now in terms of recruiting a director of communications, but I think that we could benefit from an external communications program that lets the community know what's going on, you know, and what council is doing, what's going on in administration. We talk about benchmarks, you know, being able to share where we are in certain key service areas, et cetera, and to let people know who we are. I mean, do people really even, I mean, it's been so much transition, do they know who their government is? And how can we accomplish that? Some of it's town hall meetings, some of it is, you know, online newsletters for government, but developing that outward facing communications vehicle with the objective of bringing government closer to its residents.
There used to be like a government day or something on the downtown
Oh, yeah.
hall where different departments would come out with their tables and
The schools would, you know, kind of have the kids go around like trick or treated to get things, but also was a way to, you know, display the city as well. So, but that was
and
pretty.
make familiar people like, you know, the different departments and what they do and like, oh, wait, you know, that's when they give away the shower heads and the,
Toilet kits and things like
Yeah.
that.
And returning to some of the things that we used to do would create that sense of normalcy that we're back. So we should really seriously look at those,
Yeah,
some of the
so,
things that we did in the past.
so Michael, you mentioned that, and we talked briefly about this last Saturday when, you know, what I'm trying to, you know, I had to do, Leah and I, when we first got on the school board, it was a hot mess, you know, it was going through a rough time. We spent a couple of years kind of rebuilding the trust in the school board, you know, the whole school board. And it took some wins to do that, but I think we accomplished that. But last Saturday, I had an opportunity to, it was a home presentations for 3 new homeowners for Habitat. And afterwards, they had a Black Expo as part of the market on Saturday morning at Frank X. And so I went there, you know, it was like, here's the city, we're here. But the tourism bureau, they had invited, I think, 6 to 8 reporters from along the East Coast. I think they're travel, you know, they're from cities that basically within a day's drive, so someone can come here on the weekend. And they were kind of showing them around different areas in the city and the county. And they were there kind of taking in all of the sights and scenes of Charlottesville. It was a great day. It was a beautiful morning last Saturday. And I had opportunity, you know, I didn't expect to do, but to talk with them about Charlottesville, to kind of use that opportunity to say, here's Charlottesville. It's a great place. You know, we're dealing with some very difficult issues, but this is Charlotte, you know, I pointed outside, I said, this is Charlottesville. It's diverse. It was sights and sounds and families of all colors and shapes and sizes. So this is Charlottesville. And we want people to come here and witness this as well. So there are opportunities out there like that. We're working to rebuild the brand. So,
And to talk just a little bit about the problem of external communications, at the thing the Chamber of Commerce put on, the State of the Community presentation down at the Code Building, I was struck by how for Charlottesville's presentation, we were basically introducing our city manager team. All 3 of you were new. None of you had ever been before the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, nobody'd been before the Chamber of Commerce in a couple of years. That's not faulting this particular aggregation, but it was a matter of introducing. And whereas Jeff Richardson from the county could get up and he said, and here are the statistics of so many of this and this and this and this and this. And there are things like my initial thought was we need to be able to have that same presentation of the statistical measures of the fact that we're actually doing pretty well. That people don't perceive the fact that the city government is actually functioning. They see the headlines, they see the dissension in the ranks over the last few years. They don't see that we're actually doing pretty well. And so last week I went to talk to the Tri-Spring Neighborhood Association along with Pt.2, Chief of Police. And one of the things that he emphasized was that throughout all of the troubles we've been having, and despite the fact that police officer numbers are down, they responded to 36,000 service calls last year. And then I went back and looked at some things and said, you know, people are saying, well, Albemarle is doing so much better than Charlottesville. Albemarle, with 50% more officers, responded to 36,000 service calls last year. We're not telling that piece of the story.
You guys need to regain your narrative and tell your community story, right?
That's
Yep.
right, that's right.
So that's good. The strategic communications person is hopefully coming soon as well. Now, I think those are really good points. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Anything else before we sort of roll back into some talking about partnerships and regionalism? Anything else from the rest of council?
The only other thing I would add, and I'm the one who brought up this morning, the notion of return to normalcy. You know, it's the folding of socks, you know, that's the doing of laundry, that portion of the work that we've been very sort of mundane, that's so important. And I do agree that we need to reclaim our narrative like that. But I also think that and I'm speaking mostly to myself, regardless of how it all worked out or whatever, the last couple of years, there was critique brought to bear on systems of power, on the way things had been, and the former mayor, you know, obviously was the point person for that in all ways, an activist sort as well. And I just want us, as we move forward into a new normal or whatever, to be humble enough to say, okay, much of the critique that was brought to us in terms of how power and wealth and so forth are distributed, that was a good critique. And we need to take on board. And we did that yesterday. I'm glad we started with the whole topic of equity, whatever that exactly means. Because it does need to inform how we think and how we act. So humility, I guess.
Along with that, yeah, I would agree. And just that part of the narrative I think, should be that, you know, we need to rebuild city government and city government effectiveness, but for a specific purpose, not to just have good functioning for good functioning sake, but so that we can do all these policies around the civilian police review board, zoning, you're right, affordable housing, climate change, et cetera.
So, I know I'm gonna say the last 5 years have been rocky in the city, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't have been rocky if there wasn't underlying reasons. And there is the pressure of and there's a lot of people who before 5 years ago thought everything was okay in the city because they didn't live someplace where they saw that it wasn't so okay. And so I think we also need to, like Michael's saying, it is about getting back to doing the basics, but also really examining how are we doing the basics and where were we prioritizing the basics? Were we prioritizing those basics in an equitable way? And I know we haven't fully defined what equity means to us, but that's part of it. It's, were we putting in storm drains because somebody yelled loudly or because there was water going into somebody's house? were we putting in sidewalks and bus stops because we thought, because someone came to us about them, or because we thought they would really do the most good for the city and for those who need it the most? Because people who can, a lot of people don't feel their voice is heard if they've been disempowered most of their life, or even after a year or two. I mean, working in a homeless shelter, you see very quickly how somebody starts losing faith in their ability to even advocate for themselves and if they deserve something. But somebody who has a job and has a safe house and has food coming in and knows their children are safe, they have the time and the energy to go and say something to the government and actually think it's going to happen. But if you go to the WIC office and your appointment is moved around and you have to wait there for 3 hours and there's nothing you can do if you want to get that food but sit there and wait. And I'm talking from personal experience here on this, that you do that even after a few times, your ego strength starts crumbling. And so I think part of equity and part of a good functioning city is being very intentional in all of these nitty-gritty basic details in where are we doing it. And that we intentionally say, okay, this neighborhood has not had, they were the last to get plumbing. They were the last to get this. So we're going to make sure they're the first to get broadband. We're going to make sure they're the first. Because, and looking through and making sure and prioritizing things on the drasticness of their effect versus how loud somebody is. And I know this is a very political thing because we're the ones who get yelled at the most, and we're the ones who then go to staff and say, hey, what's going on with this? So, but I think if we can develop a policy that really looks at that in a holistic way across the city, it'll also give us a response of saying, well, we're not dealing with this right now because over here, this is worse, and I can pull this up and show you. This is worse over here. And when that gets done, then we'll come back to your problem. And I'm sorry you have to wait, but this person's waited even longer.
Well, and while Charlottesville's experience, I mean, communities around the country have gone through this, a similar type of reckoning, just their own journey, obviously different from your all's. And I think a lot of communities have had those conversations of looking at strategic impacts in neighborhoods that have been underserved and trying to play catch up on basic functions, like you talked about. So that's not too uncommon. And I think, talking about equity and those things, really what you guys are shooting for are the outcomes, right? That's what we're here for, but you want to see the outcomes. So yes, you've got these aspirational goals and you want staff to be thinking of all of these things when they're making decisions and recommendations to you guys and working with other boards and committees, which that's another thing we probably ought to talk about a little bit today too. So, I mean, I think that's part of it. And so we can start really looking at what are the types of outcomes that council wants to see for our strategic priorities, when we look at things that we talked about yesterday. All right. Anything else? We'll talk about partnerships. We just talked about the Chamber of Commerce. Just talked about business communities a little bit yesterday. The downtown mall, we talked about that. The business owners, property owners down here. Who else are folks that we need to be rebuilding relationships with now that we're reemerging from the pandemic and able to have some maybe different types of conversations you had before? This council is now in place, all of those things.
I think definitely with the neighborhood associations, and we know that Crash Springs, Locust, or Martha Jefferson. So, some of the big ones, more affluent ones, that they are active and, we know who to reach out to, but I think that we need to do more. Input from the other ones when projects and things come up, to let them know that we're back open for kind of business, and if they have issues and comments that they know who to come to, whether it's the planning department or the new communication instructor. When I was doing transportation planning for the county, I was going back to my days, but I had, because the county has a lot of different neighborhoods, I don't know, a list of, 30 or 40 different neighborhood association. I had a contact person for each of those neighborhoods that I could call on or email. And even though they may not be that contact person anymore, they said, oh, so-and-so down the street is, and I'm not sure if we do that or have that now. I just found that valuable when something was coming up. I could, reach out to them, or, I just, and I think it's more manageable here because we just really have, relatively speaking, a handful of neighborhoods that they're changing now because of gentrifications and other things, but we should be able to know, and maybe we do in each neighborhood to reach out to, but we need to be partnering with them to get their feedback, but also to put out our message as well, so.
One of the things we discovered last year in the discussion of the future land use map, the comprehensive plan, is that there were a number of neighborhood associations that had essentially been dormant for a long time. And so somebody just stood up and said, I am now the chair of the such and such neighborhood association, and I'm putting out this statement because I've talked to three of my neighbors, and everybody else is saying, huh? Who? I thought I was the chair of the neighborhood association. And so part of that is because we have not, I think, engaged with neighborhood associations over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years in a very effective way. And so there may be some rebuilding of neighborhood associations that we can sort of encourage. Obviously, it's got to be their ball of wax, but if we can encourage it and say, yes, there will be lines of communication to pick a president. I don't care, just tell us who the president is, and we'll establish those lines of communication. So we had fallen out of disuse for those kinds of things, and it really there was a lot of bad blood coming out of that in a couple neighborhood associations last year.
That goes back to what you all talked about last night, town hall meetings and communities, having, so staff can just know who to go to when, we're trying to work in a community to make sure that they're getting, appropriate feedback and input on operational problems, and then council, obviously, from higher level issues.
Well, we also have a city of 60% renters.
Mhm.
When you're a renter, having been a renter a lot, you tend to move around a lot. You tend to move every year. And you don't always tend to get involved in the neighborhood associations. That might be changing some, as I'm seeing a younger generation being more active in their communities, but also you don't always know to even look for it. Or how to find it. I've tried to find my current neighborhood association and I can't. And that's the other thing, is some of them are very active and have stayed very active, but a lot of them are down to one person and their neighbors, or they haven't met in years, or they represent a very small part of the neighborhood, and the rest of the neighborhood doesn't even know they exist. And then they see something in the paper about, like, that person is not speaking for me.
Or I didn't know I was part of that neighborhood.
Right. Like, that's the other thing. It's like, and some of the neighborhoods are like the Little High Street Neighborhood Association is just one street.
And it formed in response to one particular stimulus about 10 years ago. Yeah.
Does Charlottesville celebrate National Night Out?
No.
Is that where we go marching for Sarah?
That's in August. I think they do something, the police department, they do
Right.
something. They go to different neighborhoods and give out popsicles and things.
Really?
Yeah, I'm,
That's a different, I think you're talking about two different things here. I know the night out, that Sarah and
Where you walk with a candle about domestic violence, or are we talking about police going around giving out popsicles?
It's really public safety and city
Okay.
hall. In Petersburg, it was a big thing that we coordinated with neighborhood associations with, and we put the council and department heads on a trolley. And we would go visit the various neighborhood associations, and they would prepare food, for
sounds
us.
good already.
It was a way to interact and connect, and people look forward to it. But it was a way to really tap into those neighborhood associations. So that's one way that you could revitalize. We ought to look into it. I mean, it's anytime we can have a structured approach to connecting with, part of our city infrastructure in terms of associations, I think is a good thing, and it helps people feel that the government is looking at them, that we see them, and that we are willing to partner with them. So that could have tremendous benefits going forward.
Pre-COVID, there was an event at X Park for that. And then I believe during COVID, they developed a drive-through
Mhm.
event.
Another smaller thing is, I think historically, there used to be quarterly or once a year, I can't remember, meetings between each neighborhood association with the city manager's office. And I know for a number of years, that's basically just not happened. Yeah. And that's,
We fell off schedule. We did have 2 meetings last year. I had the opportunity to participate in one. And from that, a lot of what we're talking about has now risen to, we got to do better. We are actually, I was going to announce it on Monday, but we do have a scheduled neighborhood association meeting on the 21st of this month to get back to a routine of doing these and to begin to really address building out what do they want to see, what do they want to participate in, how can we better connect. That activity goes back to the recommendation that I made to Chip when he was here as the interim, that we needed to pull our housing redevelopment and constituent services together, because one, we weren't really doing constituent services. So that is what we do have right here that we call the Office of Community Solutions. That is what Alex, Brenda, and Aaron are tasked with, being able to deal with the housing related activities and constituent connection as well. So that's beginning to come back is the best way for me to say it.
and as others have said, it definitely has to be a two-way relationship where we're just not following whatever neighborhood association, because I know there's obviously a lot of history there, or some in the past, have blocked affordable housing and been opposed to those things. And you have other, even in those times, you had dissension within the association. You also have some that have been, advocating for other things. But, to the vice mayor's point, we also need to be sort of sharing our perspective and vision with them as well. Another partnership I would add is the Charlottesville Redevelopment Housing Authority, CRHA. We've obviously made some major investments for them to do some major projects, but I think there's a lot more work to do to be closely partnering with them, building up and improving their capacity, and just building a much closer partnership, because obviously, they're going to be a major player in affordable housing locally. And technically, they can operate in the county as well, which is not something that has been utilized or thought about, but potential there.
yeah, I think that they can play a much bigger role than they are playing. I did my senior thesis at Norfolk State with the Norfolk Redevelopment Housing Authority. Lord knows that was a long time ago, but I don't think that they're That wasn't funny.
It's no longer first.
So, but I don't think their duties have changed that much where they were playing a much bigger role doing some of the things that some of the other nonprofits here are doing. And I just think if they can work together more cohesively, I think that we have a bigger impact. I hadn't thought about them being able to work in the county, but anyway, yes, the housing authority, I think they can play a much bigger role than what they're doing now, but
And I think they've also been faced with the same challenge. We've been faced the last 5 years of just internal structure. And I know the CRHA has definitely been struggling over the years, just finding the right group. I know Mr. Sales.
Turnover at their
Yeah.
top as we have at our top.
Exactly. I mean, since Randy Vickers was there, pretty much, they've been turning over pretty consistently.
Well, and the final thing I would say is I think we've made some major financial commitments to them, and some transformative projects are underway. But the piece that hasn't caught up is building up their internal capacity to, you know, handle the scale of the things we want to do and that they want to do. And I think they would acknowledge that, and also want to be able to partner with the city to help build their capacity.
I'd also like to add under, so there's two broad categories that partnership wise. One is healthcare and one is emergency healthcare, emergency services.
Tell me more about that, please.
Well, so healthcare, and it's like, do we want to start branching it out to healthcare versus mental health care too? Because we have, for healthcare, we have the Charlottesville Free Clinic, we have
Region 10.
CHIP, well, that's mental health. But that's where I'm like, I don't like breaking mental health out of healthcare, but insurance companies do. We don't have much in the way of dental care. And frankly, the Medicaid, I mean, the Charlottesville Free Clinic does dental care, but it's very emergency based. I mean, it's usually a pretty long wait list. At least it used to be. Things might have changed on that level. And then there's the UVA dental clinic, but they pretty much only pull teeth and treat, and you've got to be on a wait list for like 6 months. So, and I know Medicaid's supposed to be covering dental care now, but nobody will accept it because it doesn't reimburse enough. So we've got partners in our, and it's beyond the free clinic. I mean, in mental health, we have Region 10, the Women's Initiative, Sarah, Mental Health America, On Our Own. Martha Jefferson Centera is supposed to be doing something that's more targeted with clinicians of color. And then in physical healthcare, people like the birth sisters should also be included because they're helping infant and mother mortality rate decrease with doula services. UVA, of course, is in both of these areas. Then we have plenty of private practice doctors in this area who will take Medicaid actually as a part of their, even though the reimbursement rate isn't really enough. But this whole healthcare on this, we have the West Haven Nursing Clinic. There's also a clinic I keep wanting to say the Towers. It's not the Towers. It's Crescent Hall. And then with emergency care, we have our fire department, our police department, emergency communication center, which is a partnership with Albemarle County. We have the rescue squad. I know Albemarle is funding an intervention program with Region 10. And we're actually going to be learning more about that soon about, we got a meeting with the Region 10 Executive Director about kind of trying to steal their model from them so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. But to see how much we're thinking it might cost and if it's gonna do what we hope it's gonna do, we're hoping to watch that. Because in services like this, Charlottesville can't always be the first to do it. And we've often been the first to start something. And then other people have followed behind us. And I think it's really great to see that the county is doing something like this first, that we can then watch and see how that works and then modify it for our needs. And especially because our ECC calls back and forth. I mean, we share, our rescue squad goes to both Charlottesville and Albemarle. Our 911 system is Charlottesville and Albemarle. Our fire department has, we have joint agreements to help each other out. So it's a pretty ingrained partnership on all these different levels. But yeah.
So let me ask you just to follow up on that. So I absolutely understand the emergency care services that the city operates. Tell me a little bit more what you believe the city's role is in trying to address the access to these gaps in services where there is no care or not enough care or lengthy wait lists. What's the role of city government in that?
I think part of the role of the city government in that is working with places like the health department and seeing where those gaps are disproportionate. And then talking to our staff who are experts in these fields and seeing how can we address these. The data is saying we have more heart attacks in this area. And I mean, our staff is doing some of this already. And that's how that's why I'm thinking about it, is because, we're already hearing about how staff is using that data. But, when I saw numbers the other day about how mother and infant mortality rates have jumped significantly in the last year or two, and it's jumped across the board, but his Black mothers and Hispanic mothers have always been higher, but it jumped even higher. Like, it was exponential jump. And that terrifies me at this day and age, that not only is that there, but it's getting worse. So looking at those and we're not in control of how doctors get trained. But when we see a local nonprofit that is working very targeted in that area. And again, this is coming then to the partnerships with the nonprofits and that data helping us figure out where our priorities should be. And utilizing that data to looking at these major discrepancies in places and then prioritizing the nonprofits who are affecting those major discrepancies. And maybe looking at national data with that to help us figure out if a nonprofit is proving a negative. Like if a nonprofit is keeping us below the national lines, well, they're doing their job. If every place else in the nation is up here, but we're down here on this because we have a targeted place that's working on that. Those are just ideas.
So to follow up on his question, I'm concerned about the issue that you're raising, but I'm also wondering what the city's role is. Historically, we have not been involved very much certainly not in physical health issues, more in the mental health side, frankly, just because of our association in the Region 10. But if, for example, if the idea would be that we want to, you've got gaps in services circled, if we want to be, as a planning matter, identifying where the gaps are. Next question is, okay, now what? Do we provide services? Do we get together with some nonprofits to say, hey, come on, people, let's figure out a solution here? Which gets to one of the things that you had suggested we talk about, nonprofits. I've thought for some time that one of the things that we don't do very well in the city is to find ways to sort of put coalitions together that involve nonprofits that we're not otherwise dealing with. We have a lot of private philanthropy in Charlottesville. It's not terribly well organized. There are some places you go to where there's some broad committee, sometimes under the auspices of the United Way or something like that, where a lot of private philanthropy people all kind of come together and figure out what needs are there, what can we as a private philanthropy community decide we're gonna get to work on. We haven't really done that very well here. The CACF has the potential to do it, but I don't know that we've tapped into that very much.
Well, and that's maybe, and that's what I'm saying about the data, like looking at the map to health data and taking that data and helping as we get our data together, using the data help us with the priorities and metrics of our nonprofit giving
Well,
in the city.
Yeah, to say that our role may be at the planning and organizational and conceptual kind of a thing, but we're not expecting that the city is going to create an entity that will provide the services
Right.
directly.
No, that's not, yeah, exactly.
More of a convener, maybe, a navigator to help get these organizations,
Air traffic control. something like
yeah.
that.
Well, and this also fits in with, what I was saying yesterday. We've got a lot of very smart people in Charlottesville and a lot of very committed people in Charlottesville. And sometimes what we need to do is figure out a way to get them into the same room.
Is that something that the Office of Community Solutions is already sort of working on?
It's got a nice title that would be convenient for it.
Eventually, we gotta have more capacity.
But
But
I mean,
remember,
that-
I only have 3 people and they have 3 distinct jobs already.
I get it.
Housing takes up a lot of that.
And the housing takes up a lot of that.
And that's honestly where their expertise lies, which I appreciate. If
Yep.
you're looking at health and other human services, then you're touching on Department of Human Services and Social Services, who those are the individuals you hire with that expertise. And
Yeah.
conversely, along with the Office of Human Rights, Job Center, Home to Hope. Again, those are your people-y people.
Yeah, got it.
That goes back to our very first conversation yesterday, right? Staff capacity, and you sort of set on where you're going to be in FY '23, but those are some conversations you can have this
But-
summer and fall and preparing for.
That's right. And I
Next fiscal
have,
year.
and I've done some beginning analysis to where we can go with adding additional capacity. But that is to be determined by more conversations like this.
And I think the way that we can do this as a council is that we need to set the priorities, make it a strategic plan. What we did when I was chair of the United Way Board is that we did a major change in our funding. And we said that this is going to be a focus. And so many of the longtime nonprofits that had gotten money, they didn't, or it was reduced because this is going to be our new focus. We couldn't do everything, but we were going to try to kind of address this. And so that is, I think, that what we can do best here as a council, set our strategic plans, and then staff will so once we set our strategic plan, I don't know how deep we're going to get into it, but if we do the priorities, but then the nonprofits, which I want to see as a partner with us, because they have means to reach out to those funders and things like that, that we can't, to say, this is our mission. We're partnering with the city to move forward, to address this particular issues. And there are tons of nonprofits, but, we have to decide that we can't do and be everything because we just don't have the resources to do that. And so
Is
we-
the
we-
Center for,
I'm sorry, we can try to, but we can, what it said, like a mile wide and but inch deep or the type of thing, or we can really try to address for, I don't know, 5 or 10 years, try to address particular issues and really go deep into it and then try to do something else. I'm just kind of throwing out, we want to do a lot, but it's going to be hard to have an effective impact if we just throwing a little bit money at it.
it seems like the CACF, is that?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And perhaps, if there groups like that, groups like the Center for Nonprofit Excellence, groups like the United Way, excuse me, in Charlottesville, those sorts of resources that we could ask to help sort of put together a framework to make this work better.
Well, why don't we just ask if CACF, what if we gave CACF the money and said, these are our priorities? Why are we in the business of doing all this nonprofit vetting and competition and all this when we have organizations who do that?
Not a bad idea.
I'm sorry.
If I could, that's mainly what this meeting is about, is coming up with those priorities so you can move forward with the other pieces of it like that.
Okay.
Some,
Thank you.
when it comes to like the healthcare piece specifically, some specific things, it seems like there are one, that kind of partnership with Region 10, which Albemarle County is exploring. And do we want to, and if so, how do we sort of replicate that model in our connection with the free clinic, the West Haven Clinic? I know as a future phase in the Friendship Port project, one of the things the residents have discussed is possibly having some sort of healthcare clinic or service on site there, that kind of partnership. More broadly, one of the things that comes to mind is, I think our whole Vibrant Communities process is an unfinished thing in a lot of ways, because at least my understanding is, we used to have the same process for nonprofit funding as Albemarle County. We changed in order to try to have a greater opportunity for newer or smaller nonprofits to have a chance of succeeding. And that was new, and we started to change around with it. But the main people who were involved in making those changes and running that have since left. And, as of our last budget cycle, I think there were a lot of open questions that we never answered on council's end in terms of exactly how we want that structured and set up. So I do think there are some unfinished thinking on the part of council on even just the approach we want in terms of how nonprofit funding is prioritized and determined as part of the Vibrant Community Fund process. And the final piece that comes to mind for me on that is, a lot of this work is underway, but we look at our nonprofit housing sector. Obviously, there's no way for us to meet our housing goals without them playing a major role in partnership and affordable housing development for homeownership, rentals, all kind of things. So that's critical. Likewise, partnership with our nonprofits in the climate sphere. How do we navigate the balance between allowing them to boost our own capacity and be part of implementing a lot of things and achieving things we wouldn't see otherwise, while also being able to have some accountability and pushback and look at the effectiveness of the investments we're making and what they're actually doing. Because our nonprofit sector is a huge asset. I think we have one of the highest nonprofit densities in the country. But the flip side of that is, there's a lot of questions about how effective are a lot of these nonprofits using their money. How many of them are making a measurable difference in outcomes as opposed to just getting funded because they've always been getting funded. Whereas if we shifted that in another direction, we would have a bigger impact. And just how do we navigate that balance between doing that while also recognizing that we have to be proactive, good partners with them if we're gonna make a difference. We don't want it to be purely antagonistic or critical, but also have accountability.
I frankly thought that we were gonna get some of that on the housing and end of things out of this add-on to the affordable housing analysis. And I don't think we got it.
But I do think we're getting there, but yeah, we haven't gotten all the way by any means.
Are we expecting more out of that?
There's more actual deliverables in the way of advising implementing changes, no more analysis. Yeah, we're done on that level.
Okay, so.
That need,
Well, at least I
that,
thought we were getting, we're not getting.
yeah, so we need to focus on getting clarity on what that is and determine if that is still capable of coming to you without having to do something else. And Monday is a good place for us to start to figure that out.
We're really building up Monday.
I don't want you to be building it up to all complete clarity and all that. It's just.
It's only an
just trying to
hour.
Get some things settled on and just make sure we're not missing things.
And one more thought actually is just how do we be strategic about making investments that are going to allow them to leverage other funding sources? Like when I think about why would we allocate money for Vibrant Community Fund? Because a lot of grants, you have to show that you got a local government investment in order to unlock other matching funding sources. Likewise with, our most impactful affordable housing developments, the investments we make in the CAF or other areas are allowing them to get potentially tens of millions of dollars in low-income housing tax credit funding or funding from Virginia Housing or DHCD. And how do we just be strategic about, like, if we make this investment, there's going to be $10 million of outside money coming in as a part of that.
One of the things that we've heard in the last couple of years, when we talk about partnerships, particularly in the housing sphere, is the sense that some folks have had, and I put it out there not because I share it, but because we need to talk about it, is that the city has been too close with Piedmont Housing Alliance, with Habitat for Humanity, that we're basically beholden to them for solving our problems. We're not doing anything on our own. We're not funding anybody else. Now, personally, I might come to this after having spent 12 years on the board of PHA. It's a pretty well-run organization. It does a lot of good work. It's got a lot of institutional history behind it. And there's nobody else doing what they're doing in Charlottesville, at least. So I don't share the criticism, but there are those who say, you're spending all this money with PHA, you're spending all this money with Habitat. Nobody else has a chance to compete in this space. Nobody else has a chance to do anything because they're gobbling up all the money. Y'all are too close to those people. You should not think of yourselves as being in partnership with PHA and Habitat.
For purposes of time, and also I've sort of come together with a pretty solid high-level list of a broad brush stroke of priorities. But I want to talk just a little bit more about partnerships with Albemarle County, Planning District Commission, the region, the other local governments. Can we spend just a few minutes, maybe about 15 minutes or so on that? I think that would be helpful. And then we can sort of cover any other relationships that we've missed or which council would like to explore or staff has any feedback on. And then we'll probably head for a break for lunch around noon. And then I'm gonna spend that last 2 hours for you guys. We're gonna take a lot of time, keep your mind wrapped around it. We're gonna look at these. First, we're gonna make sure that these are 6 good topics that we've got for council and staff to look at. Then we're gonna have some action items under each one of these for staff, for council, for whomever under that, okay? So we're getting there. Okay. Conversation's helping, so that's good.
Kids aren't in there.
Tell me.
In the big,
So when you say kids, are we talking about education? Are we talking about health and safety? What are we talking about?
all of it. That's
Okay.
why I think it's almost needs to be its own category. I'm just,
Right.
that because, I mean, so the largest portion of our budget goes to our schools and our education.
Mhm.
People move to an area a lot of times considering their children, what school they're gonna go to, what,
Has a lot to do with that, doesn't it? That
it
plays
does,
into
and
it.
that's, I mean, and kids are a driver in a lot of that. Once you have a child, where you go changes dramatically. What you do in the evenings changes dramatically. The cost of childcare factors into your budget, and we all acknowledge that childcare around here is, I was paying more in childcare than I was on my mortgage. So, and that's in Charlottesville. So I just think youth has got to be a factor in this, just because it impacts everything. And it impacts people's decisions very much.
Mhm.
People, if they don't feel safe, they will lose money on their house to move their child. If they have the privilege to do so. If they don't, they just start developing ulcers and care.
We'll come back to that. So I'll leave this as a placeholder here because we talked a little bit about, mentoring programs and both education and vocational programs yesterday and preparing for the workforce. But we didn't talk a whole lot about education achievement or anything, although I know that's not council's role to manage the schools and all that good stuff, but it's definitely a critical component of all the things in your community. It's a quality of life initiative, right? Yeah. All right, let's go back to county, BDC, other local government, state government partners.
One thing I'll say about the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission is I think it's just a gem. The work that they do and how they coordinate and the MPO and the Regional Transit Partnership. When I first learned about them 3 years ago when I ran for the first time, I just impressive the work that they do and how they really interlink. I guess I don't really have any criticisms, really only good things to say about that. And I hope that we are funding them to the degree that they need. Because I think the work they do is really important. I mean, you're in a regional transit partnership meeting with folks from the county, folks from the university. I mean, they really sort of know how to bring people together and put out an agenda that forces you to talk about regional type things, like Lloyd and I were on a committee just talking about a bridge over, a pedestrian bike bridge over the river. And the whole process that went into all the work that went into sort of laying the table, setting the table for us to make a decision was, I thought, really well done. So,
But there's one issue that's kind of hanging out there that I've become aware of talking with Kat, and that is the future of a regional transportation authority.
yeah.
And authorized in 95, and we haven't moved forward with it yet. It seems to be a perfect vehicle for us to develop a dedicated stream of revenue for transportation, supported by tremendous amounts of dollars from the federal government.
Yes.
and from the state. So when we talk about regional partnerships, the question is, how do we move that forward?
So we think,
Well, at least the first step in moving it forward is underway. And that it was required that there be a study among the jurisdictions who would be a part of it. And that study is underway.
yes, we can.
And that's got to be presented when? Next year.
And so the regional transit partnership was, I think, sort of a half step or partial step towards the authority. And the study that Lloyd just mentioned is a critical piece of that. I honestly think what's really gonna have to happen with that is there's gonna have to be some very serious conversations with the university. I don't think we're gonna have a lot of difficulty getting the jaunt or the county or other folks, but I think making the case to the university of why they need to participate in this and the actual authority concept.
Who has the ball on that? Is that
TJPDC.
the planning district?
I think they've got a consultant engaged.
Yeah, they're working on it.
To prepare, and part of what they're gonna do, as I understand it, is to, is to put together a proposal, a model of what they think we ought to be doing. And most of the time, we think about the models and the proposals in terms of political subdivisions.
Yeah.
The university is not officially a political subdivision, though they function in many ways as one. But we've got to figure out a way to integrate that
Yeah.
with everything else.
I do think we're at a really auspicious time to have those conversations with the university to say, you really want to do something about equity. This is a way, joining this and becoming a full-fledged partner. It helps the whole community. It can help us get to the 15-minute transit. So.
Well, it helps their students and
Yeah,
their
it's a win-win.
teachers as well.
Absolutely.
I definitely agree that a really explicit goal of that partnership with the transit partnership, have the long-term goal of the transit authority. I think I was on the MPO and it struck me, it seemed like, I don't know if on the city's end, we were being as strategic as we could be in determining which projects we pick as part of the MPO process, as part of a bigger long-term vision of transportation projects in Charlottesville. And it always struck me that Albemarle County was being a lot more strategic and thinking a lot more long-term than we were. The Planning District Commission also has the Regional Housing Partnership, which I think in a lot of ways is an untapped resource. And how could we leverage that and help that inform, our affordable housing efforts as part of, a regional effort, or taking advantage of some of the funding opportunities and expertise that they have.
One thing I will, and this is not a criticism of TJPDC, this is just part of being a regional thing. David does a great job as far as a legislative advocate, but he's also representing Charlottesville, Albemarle, Louisa, Greene. He's representing places that have very distinctive, different needs than the city does, as well as sometimes polar opposite desires. So it's state legislation wise, we might want to think about an independent lobbyist at some point. Because there are things sometimes that just David can't be in two places at once. And he's gonna have to
On
pick,
both sides of the issue.
right, and he's gonna have to pick which one appeals to the broadest. And sometimes we're gonna be outnumbered because the surrounding counties around us have very different needs than the urban center does.
Yeah, but maybe a part of that, looking at what is our approach, and do we even have an approach to intergovernmental affairs in terms of connection with state government and the federal government. And I think we're seeing and going to see how lack of capacity there is, I think, almost assuredly going to cause us to lose some major potential opportunities with the bipartisan infrastructure law. And we've probably lost opportunities in the past in terms of state money that was distributed to localities.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Michael. I agree. I think I mentioned in some meeting that I think some cities have an Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, and we may be at the point of meeting. And I put that in the same avenue of that, the grants coordinator we talked about. Ironically, I saw someone's, sign on the door that says grants coordinator. I don't know.
Federal grants. for the housing grant.
Housing, okay, so anyway, that's just aside, but we, I could see that's an office that we may suit us well at some point.
Well, until we get to office, question is, who's gonna pick up the ball on that function? Is that something in the past that the city manager's office has done in terms of intergovernmental relations?
We haven't had a focus.
I think it's counselors. I think it's been just a counselor who gets involved in something.
And you look at Harrisonburg, Albemarle County might have even done this, I think, is they used part of their ARPA money to hire a staff position or staff positions that are purely focused on navigating and taking advantage of the recent congressional legislation. So
And it is
maybe that's,
allowable.
maybe that's part
I
of
double
a
checked.
short-term boost of capacity. I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
council, if I
And then
can, I'm sorry.
sorry,
I'll let
just
you
to
finish.
switch to Albemarle County.
No, I just want, we're running out of time and this, I've captured the legislative under staff capacity for consideration. So let's give it maybe 5 minutes talking about the county, and then we've got to get to work on actually coming up with priorities that council as a group is comfortable with some action items that these folks can work on.
Quickly, I would say Albemarle County, I think one of the biggest things is their urban growth area. And how can we more closely partnership on what is growth going to look like in the areas right around Charlottesville and Tops? Just the whole growth area. I think if we were able to partner on structuring that growth, we could see very different pattern of regional growth as opposed to just, urban sprawl and suburbanization. And sort of as part of county, but its whole other thing is UVA. And, what is our long-term connection with them and goals? And one thing I think should be part of a long-term conversation is some sort of payment in lieu of taxes program, looking at the financial impact they have on Charlottesville, as well as the amount of money and wealth they have and how transformative that could be if there was a different kind of settlement and agreement between us and UVA. Even on their commitment to affordable housing, they haven't pledged any funding.
Michael, given President Ryan's response at the community forum when that question of payment of lieu of taxes came up, how do we move the question forward? Because he essentially said, look, the state legislature gives us money and we don't think we can turn around and give what they give to us to somebody else. So maybe for the university communities in the state, there's a larger initiative in terms of authorization of payment in lieu of taxes authority granted by the state legislature. They're probable.
I think that would be a very long-term lift, but is worth, beginning. And the other thing I would say is I think it's like 10 to 15% of UVA's budget comes from the state legislature. The vast majority is not. And then if you look at their endowment, yes, a significant amount is donor restricted, but they also have a percentage that is explicitly set aside as a strategic fund. And as part of that strategic fund includes investments to benefit the community. And so I think there's a lot more conversation to have if we're able to get together at the same table and talk it through.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, first of all, I think that President Ryan, who I work for, he has demonstrated since he's come to the university a real desire to move beyond sort of platitudes and really get down to helping people. And making the kind of partnership with the city and county something that's is tangible. And I think the fact that Mr. Wade has been on some of those committees and so forth, I think that really just continuing conversations with President Ryan, with others, we would find them to be open-minded and flexible and creative enough to do some. Maybe it's not exactly payment, maybe it's something else, some other way of structuring it to the same end. I mean, but my sense is that President Ryan, he'd only like, and that was like the first couple. I I doubt that he'd have the time to think through it completely, is all I'm saying, when he had that initial reaction. I don't want to speak for him because I can't, but my guess is, from what I've observed and what I know, having worked at the university for a long time, is that there will be, there can be some creative conversations that get to the same point. It may not exactly be pilot, but it could be some other way of funding some educational. Because if you look at, the plan that they put together that Warren was on, it was right down the board. They say, "I help the community with it." Maybe that looks something like, this is just throwing this out. One idea is maybe they invest in building B or whatever at Buford, or maybe they invest in some of the stuff we want to do at Walker. They might have more space if you say, as opposed to just sort of writing us a check every year. Instead, here's a specific targeted thing that we would like your help doing.
And I think there's a smaller, even more immediate conversation around UVA had made a pledge commitment to $5 million as part of the West Main Street streetscape project. Obviously, that's a project which is very much in doubt, probably not going to happen at this point. Is that going to vanish in the air? In part because the city transferred portions of Brandon Avenue to UVA for free. And as part of the reason that the city did that, we weren't on council at the time. They said, "Oh, well, we'll just continue that contribution to West Main Streetscape instead." Well, now we've given them city-owned land for free and aren't even going to get any of this commitment. So what conversation is there to have around that?
Yeah, and I guess the only thing I would say is, in all our dealings with all our partners, and particularly I can understand how UVA is the 800-pound gorilla, or whatever metaphor you want to, really the largest partner we have and the most impactful in terms of how we live our daily lives in the city. I would just always caution us to be, even though they may have those kinds of resources, to be as humble as possible. I'm not saying to grovel, but just because they have it to be able to give, I think we should just be as gracious and humble about those sorts of conversations as we can. Anyway.
One way to think about it, I have suggested, is to think about it in terms of the 1980s agreement that we had with the university, where they agreed at that point that they would not take any more city land into the name of the University of Virginia and therefore off the tax rolls, but instead would put it in the name of the UVA Real Estate Foundation, which is a taxable entity. My understanding is that in recent years, there have been, not only in Brandon Avenue, but also in the area roughly between Emmett and the railroad tracks and University Avenue and Old Ivy Road, that the university either owns or has under contract, in some cases, a lot of land in there. And some of it, I note, has been transferred into the name of the University of Virginia, and therefore I assume is taken off the tax rolls. And at some point, it seems to me that perhaps we could style some of what we're asking them to do as basically live up to the essence of your agreement from the 1980s. And yes, okay, so you put it in the name of the University of Virginia, and therefore the main advantage to them is they then don't have to abide by our zoning regulations. But if you're going to get the benefit of not having to abide by our zoning regulations, and you're also getting the benefit of not having to pay taxes to us on the land that you had been paying taxes before, maybe that's one element of a contribution that we should be pressing for.
Yeah, and I think I absolutely agree with that. One other thing I would say, and again, this is sort of where my regular job and this job sort of intersect. I've been very pleased with Mr. Sanders and others and the work they're doing to streamline getting construction projects done. If you can imagine, just like private developers and others are wanting to do things. It's been a real and significant issue over the last 5 years, just getting simple things done. In the university, you said $2 billion operational budget. I think their capital program is probably that large as well. And I think if the university perceives the city as a competent, reliable, consistent partner, the same like with any other partner, we will see there'll be some sort of reciprocity just in terms of like being willing to work with us. And so I'm glad that things like plan reviews and all of those kinds of things where we integrate utilities, these kinds of real nuts and bolts conversations and just the practicalities of a large institution like that being right in the midst of the city. The more we can do to sort of streamline and be credible with those relationships, the better all around. So, and I am happy to see.
I'll just highlight again, just, because I think it's striking, the property that UVA owns in the city. This does not include grounds. This does not include the areas that in Albemarle County. This is just the city. Is over $1 billion of assessed value that would be equivalent to over $15 million of taxes a year. And again, that is strictly within the city, does not factor in the large areas that are technically in Albemarle County.
Okay.
Could.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
But anyway, yeah.
Sorry. We're
Going
at a point where we
sideways.
need to pull back up and get up to the 30,000 foot view because I think our goal in the last little bit of time we've got together is to get some direction and guidance to staff on some very key issues that we've identified in the probably 5.5 hours of conversations we've had in the last 2 days. So let's take a minute to sort of stand up and to sort of, shake it out and sort of, yep. Now we're really going to do some work, guys. This is the important stuff. Because you've got a staff here that you guys have in place now, a senior leadership team, which is great, but we've got to give them some direction. So, all right.
I'm getting coffee.
I've had 2 cups of coffee.
You can take 5 minutes, and we'll come right back and we'll get going.
want my chips?
All right. All right, folks. We are in the home stretch here, but this is where the heaviest lift is going to occur for all of us in the next couple hours. So we've learned a lot from council. We've learned a lot from staff in the last night and this morning. But now what we've got to do is really focus on, it goes back to the first conversation we had. Staff capacity, it's people and money, right? You got a lot of things you want to do, but you got to have horsepower to do those things. And we've covered a lot of topics, and we can't do everything now. You know, prioritize some things that are immediate that this staff can start working on. Some of that's going to be back to the conversation of building the staff resources they need over this next fiscal year and the fiscal year after that, so they can do some of the things that you guys want to see happen in the community. And the other part of this, we've talked about these big picture themes. Obviously, staff stability and resilience, community partnership. We've talked about these lenses that we want to look at our operations through, such as equity, climate change, housing in general, but talking about everything from affordable housing to the unhoused population, many things. We've talked about economic development, talked about the local economy, and we've spent a skosh talking about education and youth support today, but we also talked about mentoring programs and things obviously yesterday, and getting people ready for the workforce through our educational programs. And those are all great themes to talk about, but how we're going to operationalize those now. What can we do now? Not 5, 10 years, because you guys are going to do a strategic plan update. And that's where you're really going to have a chance, I think, to inform, getting feedback from the community, getting feedback from staff, so you can have those sort of high level updated thoughts. But what I really want to focus on now is what we're going to do in the coming weeks and months, and what direction staff needs, so they can come back to you guys with some of these recommendations, programs, ideas, best practices, you know, not recreating the wheel, looking what other communities are doing, because you guys are you're not an island to yourselves. There are cities, counties, and towns all across the Commonwealth and the country that are facing the exact same issues, maybe just a little bit different because everybody's community is different, but same issues. So let's start with some of these staff issues. So we talk about equity, for example. You have a deputy city manager with title diversity, equity, inclusion. But whatever resources do you have to implement equity throughout all the organization? Where are you, focusing? If you expect equity to be a core theme of every decision that's made, and whether it be at the council level, the staff level, what does that look like operationally? So what is an immediate actionable item that, whether it be staffing, resources, funding, whatever it is, that can actually promote equity in a specific area? Okay. So I don't want you to go down nuts and bolts and start talking about deep dive operations in the community or deep dive operations in City Hall, but.
So I think that if we see this as a priority, and I think that we do, but we have resources as far as money from the federal government or the state government, and we can't implement what we want, and we can't hire at the level that we want because everyone is having problems hiring. I think that we can look at either partner with agencies in the community that are doing it, or look at subcontracting the work out to to other companies that might be doing it. But I think that this is one of the things that Ashley is doing, that maybe we can ask, staff can say that this is what I think I need in the short term to best fulfill what the council wants, because what my two recommendations may not make any sense, as far as implementing.
And I think that's what staff needs, though, is they need council to sort of coalesce around a theme or an idea, a concept that you want to see staff research and carry out. So while Ashley can also obviously provide some background assistance or anything, it's really up to council to decide what is a primary focus to try to improve equity in the community? What is one thing that we can operationalize, an actionable item with the staff that you have in-house right now to move forward and progressing and improving equity to the community
Well,
and in all of your services?
yes, and I think that what it is that looking at the different proposals that we are looking at as we're making decisions, whether it's a comprehensive plan, whether it's approving a project on Scribbling Avenue or whatever, that everything that we do should be looked at through an equity lens and not may take more capacity than right now Ashley can do, because she's doing a lot of other things. She's hiring a HR director, hiring a communication person. So she may need to bring in some help to do it.
I think I understand what you're asking. One huge thing that we're doing as a council right now that speaks to this is the school project that we're funding and the affordable housing projects that we're funding. So are you asking, like, what are large scale kinds of things that we're actually voting on and making, effecting, making to occur, like the schools or housing? More specifically, what within the city management itself or the city hall itself, we feel like there should be a focus on this question? Because I feel like in terms of like really, this current budget is seeing some incredible investments in things that are geared towards equity, to include the schools. And the schools touch on a lot of different things with our kids and our children, but also the fact that many of our children have needs, social needs. So
I guess please go ahead, ma'am.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if one thing we could do that's sort of piggybacking off of last night about how do you define a definition for equity? What does all of that mean? I wonder if we could monopolize on Councilor McGill's idea that at a minimum for the council agenda memos, we start saying, how does this item help us reach an equity goal, or however we want to frame it? But that gives sort of a perspective. Number one, staff has to think about that.
Mm-hmm.
And as council receives those, everybody's definition may not be the same, but it would help everybody sort of see where we are in terms of equity, and then maybe it would better inform how we want to define it.
What needs to happen for staff to be able to do that?
We just need to change our template. That's really easy, costs no money.
We also need to know from council what information is missing that you would like to see on that, as we prepare the agendas.
Well, I've really
That could be
appreciated
included in a template.
I've really appreciated the change of actually writing down the suggestion of how to word something. That guidance, I just want to say that wasn't always there, and that guidance on how to actually say exactly how to word something, I truly and utterly appreciate. Thank you. Because you don't come into this knowing how to say these things correctly.
I think though that even something that sounds as simple as changing a template still means that staff needs a definition that they can analyze to. And so kind of ball back in council's court a little bit, because without that definition and that guidance, it's hard to either have one staff member or to train all the different staff members who prepare your staff reports to give you the analysis as to whether this is meeting your definition of equity.
And at least when I think about it, it's a question of like, how would this agenda item provide housing at like specific AMI levels? Like, how would this agenda item contribute to reducing the wealth gap? How would this agenda item contribute to reducing the achievement gap? How would this agenda item contribute to lowering emissions? And those are, I know, are very hard or couldn't even be calculated specifically, but at least how I think about agenda items and sort of how I would think some sort of evaluation would be most impactful.
But even again, even in those sub issues, what's the range of emissions you're trying to achieve? What's the definition of affordable housing? How many of this, how many units at this level? Like, there's so much, we all hear what you want, but there's still so much work to do to get those things defined so that we can help meet your expectations.
It's too nebulous. I mean, staff can't guess on what council wants for equity. It's just too broad. There needs to be some sort of metric that's achievable. And we can't spend 2.5 hours trying to define AMI or what that means. Mr. Rogers.
And so the question I have, I'm hearing both sides of the conversation. So the question I have is, what do we need to give you, help you get there in giving us the direction that we want? I mean, it sounds like there's not enough information on that you have to enable you to frame the specifics of the direction you want to give back to staff as to what you want to see. Is that fair?
Yeah, so this is really where the rubber meets the road. It's like, well, okay, council, what do you want? And so, like for equity, we were asked tons of times when we were running, what does equity mean to you? And my answer would be like, well, it's different for each person. It's whatever is needed to make that person equal to everyone else. But I mean, man, as a city, is that we can't do that for 44,000 people or whatever. So what I think that I know what I would need, because I don't think that we're today going to come up with a consensus goal for equity, is that you all can look at what other localities are doing and maybe make some suggestions that this is what I'm gonna say Seattle or Portland. I'm thinking of some more kind of aggressive type of cities. This is what they're doing. That's kind of where I am. I don't know, maybe Nick's, that we could come up with a consensus definition of equity, but I'm not, I would need some kind of ideas to see. That's one of those things I don't think that you can necessarily measure.
Even if you could just have an aspirational statement.
Yeah.
Of something that just gives some direction of the core focus of equity and all decisions and recommendations. Because we could spend a long time talking about what equity is to everyone. And it means something different to every person that lives in this community. So again, back to the city manager's question, okay, so if we're not, and to your point, Mr. Vice Mayor, a lot of other DEI offices and other communities, I mean, this is not a age-old city or county department. These positions have literally just been created in most communities over the last 2 to 3 years. Very few had anything of great substance before that. I don't know if Ashley can speak to that anymore, but it's not like there is a ton of history on best practices and places to steal great ideas. It's almost as though you're really going to have to focus on what that means for this community and how that is operationalized by city service delivery.
I think that's exactly right. Something for you all to sort of put as a post-it note with that question. So we'll use our colleagues in Norfolk. In Norfolk, there is an entire economic development focus in Aaliyah's portfolio. Is that something you want here? In other communities, they may only be working internally. That's okay too. So it's not necessarily that we need a specific, I need more of a rudder than we're in a fishing boat. I need the rudder to keep us moving. I don't necessarily need the bluegill that's under the boat, if that makes sense. And hopefully I've made my father proud with that one. But that it is more of what I'm seeing in other localities is that there is a thought process of we see that there is a lack of, let's not even say just equity. There's a lack of JEDI, justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion, pick any of those you want, in this box, and this box. And so then their equity officer is able to move towards those goals. Internally, I already have a plan in my head because my job description very clearly defined, fix our hiring. That one I've got. But it's the rest of it that is a little bit more nebulous as to what as to what council would like to see in this role, place, and space. And again, what I am seeing is that in a lot of our colleagues, and Charles, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you're going around across the country and looking at different things, is they have a economic development component, they have a jobs component. They may be looking at homelessness, for example, but there are kind of some specific rudders that they're giving that team, and most often it is a team, to complete. So I don't know if that helps at all with thinking through. So not asking you all to define equity per se. I'm saying, where are the gaps that you all are seeing that constituents are giving you? Because they may not be calling me, if that makes sense.
So, two things. One, I always saw Ashley's job as an internal job that then Ashley would define as time went on, okay, we need a position that is out facing an economic development for equity. But first we needed to deal with equity within the city. And looking at different, and I see the idea of putting something on our agendas as being that informing the council and also training our staff in a way of starting to train our staff to start thinking of equity at every point of things. I just pulled up an agenda for Monday and I'm sitting here going, so if each one of these, if the CDBG amendment appropriation, how would that work? What is that about equity in there? It might not have anything to do with equity in that particular amendment. The K-Tech kitchen floor repair. How is that equitable? Well, it's equitable because not everyone is going to be going to a four-year college, and this gives kids a chance to have a job outside of a four-year college that is a professional job that pays a decent wage.
Sorry, back at interject. But would that kitchen floor repair work toward that goal, or is that the nuts and bolts of folding the laundry?
I would
Well,
say
I
the
think-
kitchen repair might be folding the laundry.
It is, but but where is our laundry equitable? I mean, that's what I'm like, I want to see us start thinking equity and climate change in this folding the laundry. You know, are we washing our red socks with our white socks? I mean,
Now we're getting a little deep.
I'm using the metaphor I'm given.
If I can, counsel, I think we may have a starting point at least to get us going down the right path. Just out of, yes, sir.
I would just say again, at least for me, the most important thing is how is it rooted in measurements of metrics and being able to measure policy changes. Because I've seen a lot of particularly corporations that have started DEI work, and I don't think this is what we're doing, but it's easy for it to just become a bunch of cotton candy that doesn't mean anything. And I want it to be focused on things that are leading to changing policy outcomes, and the measurement and the success can be measured. And I don't want us to go through an effort that results in a lot of staff work that doesn't change policy outcomes in some way. Because if we wanted to, we could go through a creative writing exercise to tie everything to equity, and we get there in an agenda item. But if it's not changing policy outcomes and we're not able to measure what's changing, I'm not interested in wasting time on doing that.
Along those lines, we've had this discussion. What keeps going through my mind is what we're really talking about is addressing disparate impact of our policies and programs. So as you bring my items to council, that, you know, if there is an improvement, what we're doing now, if the status quo is, shows a disparate impact and has a greater impact on one section of the community than the other, and this change in policy will make it more, then that's what you address. I mean, the bus line, you know, is a classic on that. I mean, that's where you can make a major change. You can look at it, you can see it. It's, you've got a group of people who are having a lower service than other groups of people, and you can make that investment to change that. So it's really about overcome disparate delivery of services so that as a value for the city, we're focused on providing equal services across the board. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And I think one thing that we need to consider here is it goes back to capacity of your staff. And so my question for Mrs. Marshall is, where is the organization? Where is the rank and file staff from the top to the frontline workers that are doing service? Where are they at on understanding basic tenets? So when they're doing their job, that lens is in their mind when they're making decisions and providing services to our community.
Absolutely. You have a very broad range of knowledge bases here. You have a Department of Human Services who on their own have become an anti-racist department, have learned circle methods from Indigenous individuals, and have created workshops, programs, and policies. Then you have some individuals who the definition of equity, they still haven't necessarily grasped. So by asking someone to say if it furthers equity in an agenda memo assumes that they understand, number one, what equity means, that their definition actually matches the one we all wish to use, and that they understand how that program, process, policy, or initiative can impact equity. That's asking a lot for some individuals where they're at. We have to meet people where they're at, right? Trauma-informed, person-centered. So I think that perhaps some investment in training will be very helpful. I think that some investment, and it's got to be ongoing training. Implicit bias training is the footnote of the first paragraph of diversity work. It is not the answer. It is not enough. It is the baseline to walk in the classroom. And we tend to use that as, well, I have this thing. It's not enough. But what inevitably will need to be tied into that still, unfortunately, hate to do it, will be what does council want to see as their equity goals? Mr. Payne has given some very good goals that we may be able to tie some of our work into, but maybe not all of it. So even when we look at our housing, if it's to build additional rental housing, is that closing the racial wealth gap or the gender wealth gap? No, it isn't. It is giving people shelter. It is giving people a place to call home, a place to belong, but it is not resolving the achievement gap. It's not resolving wealth income gap. It might be providing housing at a specific AMI. Is that enough equity for you all?
So I guess really we could spend a whole retreat working on this topic. For me, this is prompted enough. I mean, I get it. You all need us to say, this is what we want you to work on. The sort of catch-22 we're in is, I know that I don't have the requisite subject matter expertise to really provide what I would call a full answer. There's one notion for us to come back to staff in a month and say, okay, we've thought about this for a while, and here are 5 things that Brian Pinkston, who's not a subject matter expert on equity, but thinks this would be a good thing to work on, give y'all, and y'all kind of process it, maybe put it in a stew and figure out what comes from it. We could use your expertise to help with that.
May I make a suggestion, sir? I don't think that's a bad idea at all, but I think what might be helpful is if there was a consensus of council that you give staff direction to come back and actually plan out what it looks like to train your workforce and get them where they need to be, no matter where they are on this topic. Because I think in my experience in working with localities across the state and outside of Virginia, when it comes to these topics, every community is in a different space, every organization, every person, just like Mrs. Marshall said. And I think the first thing you've got to do is bring everybody up to the same information level, so they can make these decisions for you. So my humble recommendation is to direct staff to create number one, identify the costs, the capacity, who's going to do it. You know, how long is it going to take to do this, to reach every single employee of a city, and what that looks like, and then make that investment, make a commitment to make that investment in your staff so they can, so you're assured that they're making decisions that are taking equity and consideration no matter where they are in the organization and what they're doing to help this community.
I would say, to try to answer that question, to me, it would seem like the most important thing is trying to analyze and figure out what the disparate impact of different policies is, and having that inform changing existing policies and creating new policies. And also, as part of looking at that disparate impact, really including economic class as part of that lens of what the disparate impact is. But I think until we're looking at the policy end of it and the impact of policies, I personally don't think we're getting anywhere close to the kind of impact that we want and need to make.
And you're absolutely right, but I think to get to that point of having staff review policies and make changes, they have to be knowledgeable of what they're looking for. So I think the first step, I believe, is investing in your staff. Then you can go tell staff, okay, now we're all here on equity. We understand what it means for our community and for our organization. Now let's take that's a longer view, right? Let's look at all of our policies, all of our decision-making, everything we do in-house, and making sure that we are looking through that lens on those specific issues that you all mentioned.
And I just, while economic impact is a very, very important part of this, there is also social emotional disparity impact. And so I'm not meaning to harp on this idea of being on the agenda. That was a spur of the moment idea yesterday of just a way to also get a cultural shift. Because if you have to consciously think about it, just like, in the 80s, everyone laughed at sexual assault in the workplace training. I mean, like, that was a laughable thing for a lot of people. It took 10, 20 years before people are like, yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So I'm also trying to think of ways that this didn't start. This is new. We want to put in place ways to bring along people and start educating people on a constant level. And to be thinking on a constant level, not an empty. I definitely don't want to see anything on an empty level of just checking the boxes, but to actually ask people to actively think, how does this policy affect climate change? How does this policy affect disparities, whether it's racial disparities, sexual disparities, LGBTQ, whether it's if we have staff who are Muslim, are we okay with them going and praying? Do we have a place for mothers to express their breast milk? These kinds of things. It's not just, the socioeconomic piece is a very easily measurable piece, but there's other parts to all of this that I think are just as important.
And I don't disagree. Final thing I would just say is I think this is a community which increasingly now, that's a little sidetracked, but we're just so dominated by the professional managerial class and wealthy, highly educated individuals. It's so easy for everything to cater to that class's views and interests. And I just don't want us to get caught up in that and to break out of it and be thinking about the importance of class and how that intersects because of policies, how the working class in Charlottesville is, disproportionately Black because of the history of urban renewal and intentional racist policies that have created that situation. And class has to be a big part of it in my view,
Definitely.
but I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying either, and I don't think you are either,
Yeah.
but.
And again, those are all absolutely applicable and appropriate, but we still need staff and everyone else to understand those concepts. And not everyone probably does at the level that maybe council would like to. Once I really have to go back to, I think, is there a willingness of council to hear a recommendation from staff to invest in your employees from top to bottom and bring them up in understanding what equity means for this council and this community?
Yes, I think we need to do that, and
Mhm.
this is the new focus, the new direction, one of the areas, and, you know, if staff is not, you know, particular staff is just not what their thing, if you will, then maybe this is not the best place, you know, for them, you know, because this is what going to be one of our focus areas. So yes, I support.
And that statement right there is the most helpful statement anyone has made. That's it. That's all I need. Is this is something you all want? This is something that you're dedicated to, which means it's something that you're willing to invest in, even if I maybe throw you something a little crazy pants. That's extremely helpful, but I know Councilmember Payne, you and I speak the same language, same as Councilmember McGill. Not everybody can speak the jargon that we can do. I can ask you about the social determinants of health and how that impacts housing. And I know Councilmember Payne, you can rattle off all of the things. But there are individuals who have been classically trained in planning, for example, and that's not part of a planning curriculum. And I know you've experienced that with your work in housing of having to kind of probably teach a thing or two to someone who went to, you know, has 15 degrees in this thing, but has no idea about how walkability in a community can impact someone's health and outcomes. So we have to get everybody on the same page where when I say someone has a high SPDAT score, no one is looking at me like I've just spoke Greek to them. They know that what I'm saying is there's an unhoused individual who is at extremely high risk, and that person needs to be housed as soon as possible, because that's all a high SPDAT score is. But if you don't know how all of those things play in, if you don't know how ACEs, if you have 8 of them, you're more likely to be one of our unhoused individuals. If you don't know these things, you won't necessarily think about all the ways that our choices can impact the capacity of someone to just live their life. So I really appreciate you all seemingly being okay with a presentation of ways that we may want to invest in our staff and training to get everyone to the level where when they say this isn't just a sidewalk, this could be the opportunity for a mother to have shaded trees to go outside, and while she's expecting to have a better birth outcome. It is not a vacuum. But it is something where you have to know the impacts to be able to truly assess them.
And making the lead team aware of these values is part of the dialogue as well. I mean, I think that we will work with the lead team to discuss of the issues of equity and diversity and how it plays out in our service delivery. And I think that, you know, that should cause public works to think about, you know, the services that they provided. Are they doing it equitably? I mean, even in a snowstorm, are you getting this side of town the same as you get in the other side of town, et cetera? Are you distributing equipment equitably so that you have a shot at, you know, equitable distribution of service delivery, you know, for everybody.
Or if we know that a particular neighborhood, most of that neighborhood is probably not working from home.
Mm-hmm.
And that neighborhood needs to be plowed first, because that's a neighborhood that tends to be more people who are working in grocery stores, working at the fire department, or versus a neighborhood that has more people working telecommuting.
And I would say 20 years ago, local government didn't necessarily think about those kinds of differences. We did our job, and most probably assume that as long as you're doing your job, you're doing it equitably across the board. But that wasn't true.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I've been rough on council the last few minutes, so I'm trying to get this out of you. Now I'm gonna hold staff's feet to the fire. So, because we gotta have accountability, right? You gotta have timeframes, you gotta have expectations. So if we're going to put together a proposal, staff's gonna put together, here's the here's the scope of what we need to train our staff and get them where they need to be. So we're making the best decisions possible in this lens for this community. Give me a ballpark timeframe of when you can come back to council with that recommendation so they can understand costs, time, everything else. Is that fair?
Realistic goal.
Realistic. This is, and we're not saying it's going to be June 1st, ballpark.
Is this only addressing the equity piece that you talked about?
Equity,
That
climate
could clear.
change and housing. Is that,
Those are the three topics that are very, you can look at hundreds and thousands of metrics because these are complicated topics and they mean different things to different people. So let's start with equity because
Is there, I just want to throw this out there because we're looking at an affordable housing plan. We've got, we're supposed to be working on a climate action plan. Do we have an equity action plan?
This organization does not.
So what if we had those three plans? We had an equity action plan coming together, and then we had a presentation of all three plans together.
Technically, you're gonna get the housing plan on Monday.
Okay,
I don't think we need to tie them.
climate plan is coming.
And they do need to, I agree, I think they do need to stay separate for right
okay.
now,
Mhm.
so that we can at least get the detail.
Because once we can get the plan into place, then, I mean, equity is sort of the umbrella over all of it.
Yep.
And so also to narrowly tailor some of the equity plan, I'll actually need to see their plans so that I could provide suggestions as to maybe where there's gaps. So it'll all work together, but I think that, I know that I can get some of the training ideas as well as those definitions to you all in short order. And I say short order only because I prioritize the hiring, which is taking up a lot of my time. But I also do agree, and Sam and I have had many conversations about the intersectionality of the work. But they need to, by they, I'm meaning individuals working on climate and housing need to have the opportunity to create their base plan, and then I come wreck it, and then they rebuild it.
So our goal is to do this first, and that way it better informs these types of plans and recommendations, yes?
And just in terms of scheduling, I think that as we take a couple of months to work on this equity plan, working on the housing plan, working on the climate plan, that in a council planning session before we start the budget process in September or usually August, September.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that should be teed up as a way, as we start to drive that down into the 24, budget process and fund it. Give meaning to it, we shape it, we put metrics around it, and then it gets funded through the 24 budget process. That's what it sounds like.
Is it fair?
Doesn't mean that we're not focused on it in 23. There are some things that we can do in terms of conversation, but in terms of structure and meeting council's priorities in those areas, we can give it real definition, in the 24 budget.
You can't pick up brush unless you've got the people in the truck. You can't make these decisions until you have these tools for staff as well. So August 1st.
Budget,
The council meeting today.
council doesn't meet in August, right?
No, we skipped
July
the first
5th.
meeting in
Yeah.
July.
I'm just saying, we want to have something in place so you're ready for the budget. You've got something that informs the budget discussions, right?
Yeah, I mean, we normally start, sending out stuff to departments and start that process late September-ish. So August would be good to sort of get that in, and then we can build that into.
Yeah.
And let's talk about what's in the equity plan. This includes a plan for staff training. This includes a plan for how to review anything that comes through City Hall, right? Is that?
This includes, and I'm trying to stay in my lane, but I don't think I can. This includes committing to an Office of Equity and Inclusion, and that means staffing it with a dedicated amount of money that goes to it every year. It doesn't work. We don't do it.
That's right.
And I
Sorry.
think
No,
that's
that's
part of the
fine.
plan.
That's fine. And that is just as a note, that is not in your current budget.
Yep.
So
Well, we got
just,
some seed money. Right?
yes, we have one-time money that I'm about to kill.
Yeah, but it's got to be, and that's what operationalizing it means to me. You make the commitment that it's that important, that it will be an office, and offices and departments need money every year.
And so how much money, given that we've got a budget that we'll be passing next week?
That's what has to be figured out. So
And that's what staff's gonna come back to you with in preparing for your next budget year.
I
I mean,
think at
that's-
this moment, what we're saying is, and I don't want to also go too far speaking for you, but we may figure out a few tweaks before August 12th, April 12th, but maybe not. But otherwise,
Y'all
when
are
you get
killing
this,
me.
when you get this plan, that's why.
Not y'all, I'm silent up
When you
here.
get the plan for August 1st, it will have more details on what that makes sense.
And so, like you said, there could be tweaks, but we're really looking at FY '24, right?
Right.
Of a
Right.
full on.
Yes.
Chance
And
for
we'll all
council
be
to.
here hopefully enough 24.
Well, and you get to vet, this gives council a chance to vet this and make sure that it's meeting what it is you are looking for. Is that fair?
That would be helpful.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I state that only because, in the grand scheme of a super old SNL sketch, lowered expectations. What we are finding across the country is that there has been a movement towards implementing DEIJ work, but not funding it as a normal funding stream. It is not that work cannot be done with one-time funding. It absolutely can be, but once that funding is gone, it is over. And no more expectations can be held on those dollars. So we can do what we can with the seed funding we have. But when that next great idea hits you all at midnight, if the money is gone, it's gone. Because there is not a line item in the budget currently dedicated towards any of these initiatives. Let's use training. I'll be able to pay for training. That does mean I can pay for training in the next fiscal year.
Right.
So those are all just things to consider in the presentation, is that, and it gives you all some more time to think about, I really want this thing, Ashley. Okay, well, this is how much this thing is going to cost. Can we do that? The answer may be yes, the answer may be no, but it's just something to consider, that because this office is not a permanent line item, it does not have $10 every year that's gonna go to it. Just something for you all to put as the Post-it note on your wall.
But that's where we want to get to, because that's where the real work gets done.
Mhm.
You know, you commit to it, you fund it, and you're able to define what you want and to hold the individuals in the office, including the city manager, accountable for the work that's
And this
expected.
office again would be specifically.
In 2019, council adopted a proposal made by, at that time, it was the city manager's task force on equity, I believe is what it was called. And part of that was the creation of, the original creation of this role, which was more of a manager set, then it got changed, but also the creation of the Office of Equity and Inclusion. It's gone through a couple names, but that's the name we sort of settled on at this particular point.
And that
So
office-
part of my job is to build an office. It was from 2019 document. But that office, due to multiple reasons, is not a funded office at this particular point.
Is there
Since
any-
none of
Well,
us
one
was on
position in
council at the
23,
time,
right,
can
the
somebody
one-
send us a copy of whatever memo there was on
The
that?
2019, yes, sir, I can.
Yeah.
I had to find it myself. Big thank you to Janice Redinger, who, of course, because I wasn't here in 2019, she
No,
sent it to me, so I was
yeah.
deeply appreciative. I'm more than happy to send that document to you all.
Is it-
Mr. Murphy and Ms. Demick were who worked on that.
Is it premature to just go ahead and fund that now with this budget? I mean, we're just about poking our nose over the finish line here with this budget. and I don't want to hammer.
It's just another spreadsheet, right?
Right.
We just need to get all the things.
Right, or, you know, we look at where we are in terms of how close we are with the things that we're covered. And if there's more that we want to cover, there's an action that needs to be taken.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this past Thursday a number of other items that had been added, which made sense, and maybe And I don't know, maybe this is premature, maybe you all need more time to sort things out, to really sort of tee this up to be successful but we're talking about close to 18 months from now or 15 months from now having it actually funded.
Yeah.
And it's been since 2019. I mean, part of the goals here are to see how priorities how council needs to work with staff to come up with priorities that can translate into projects. And it doesn't work to just say we're going to make this thing and not fund it. So it's been since 2019. It's fine if we can't do another spreadsheet, it's fine to wait another year, but this is all part of the internal frustration with staff. First, just trying to find out what is it you actually want us to work on concretely to get you where you want to go. But second is, how do we do that without money in the budget?
So what about the third deputy position? I mean, originally, there's supposed to be a third deputy.
Right. That is.
And more of Ashley's time was supposed to be dedicated to this, with that third deputy doing administration. So if we are not hiring that third deputy position, what has happened to the funding for that third deputy position?
At this point, we haven't pulled from it, have we? We haven't eliminated the position. I will tell you that what I've said to staff is, I'm not sure we're big enough to really.
So what if we took that funding
Yeah.
and put it, that would be a way that's already in our budget, that's already in the city manager's office, that we are already budgeting for, and take that funding for that third deputy, if we're not planning on doing it, and putting it in this department and seeding that department now.
That's a solution.
That's a possible solution, but that doesn't resolve the fact that right now, the work Ashley's actually doing involves a full-time schedule that's not devoted to carrying out an office of equity that hasn't been defined.
Well, I mean, my overall thought on this was that maybe we ought to let our new city manager make these decisions. Presumably, we're going to be hiring a new city manager in the next few months. And that new city manager will probably come to us with some ideas on their own. And we ought to be willing to say to that city manager, make some decisions, be the city manager, take charge of this thing. And that may mean deciding we don't need 3 deputies, and it may mean reapportioning people. But I think now is not a great time to be making those kinds of decisions, it seems to me.
Will that city manager have a roadmap? Or are they coming in just with a blank slate saying, this is what I want to do for this city? I think council would need to provide some type of roadmap.
I agree. I'll also say with some of the conversations in the last 24 hours have pointed out the fact that we have lost a lot of institutional memory. We have no institutional memory on council, except I suppose to the extent that any of us remembers what may have happened beforehand, but we probably don't have access to the memos and the other discussions that people had. Nobody in the current city manager's office, so at least in the leadership positions, has that memory. And for example, I didn't realize that there was a 2019 memo that apparently is the basis for Ashley's position. We ought to know that stuff.
If I may, just for the purpose of continuing movement, because I think it's really easy to sort of have a stasis of the new city manager and everything else. Budget is budget, it is what it is, but I feel like you're still making good progress if you can at least have staff, give direction to staff to go ahead and come up with a plan moving forward. I'm not talking about staffing positions so much or deputy city managers, but specifically on this item of equity in City Hall and your staff, and making sure that everyone is at least trained up, giving staff an opportunity to say, this is what that looks like, council. This is what that costs. Because no matter who your next city manager is, based on the feedback I've gotten from all 5 of you, equity is going to be a key driver in the organization and the community. Is that a fair assessment?
And my comment was directed solely to the question of should we have a third deputy? Should we be demoting that position? Should we be changing the budget?
I think if you give staff the leeway just to go back, do for research and come back to you in this sort of time frame.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way to keep the ball moving. That way you're not just in a sort of wait and see mode, right? Is that fair, staff? I hear consensus amongst council and staff that this is what we're going to do to try to start addressing.
For the third deputy, I think that since we haven't used those dollars for this year, that is a source to get started on consulting support that you need to help inform this work without disturbing or taking away any options from a future city manager in terms of the full-time position.
The one thought I will offer is that typically we have not tried to make decisions now to spend the surplus that we will recognize in December. We have not tried to balance this year's or to balance the coming year's budget based on the surplus that hasn't been manifested yet.
And to be clear, that wasn't to make decisions, that was just an opportunity and a realization to you that you don't have to make those decisions within this budget. You have the opportunity to wait until that materializes. So those were sort of one-time things that we were dealing with that may be eligible for that surplus, but in no way was the suggestion that you make that decision. I mean, I think, and the other thing to be cognizant of is, there's a little under $4 million that was in that column that relates to the school reconfiguration project. So even if you used, the 1.9 of the extra revenue, that's only 1 year of the 3 that you need for that debt service. So, again, I don't want to be a broken record, but like all of these things, as we talk about, it still hinges on some very big decisions, because that number for 23 with the extra money depends on what you decide to do with any of the tax rate increases, and how you want to roll out the funding and at what level for the school projects.
All right, so for purposes of our time today, we've got about 5 more big picture topics to do some action on, right? For our purposes today, there's a lot more discussion beyond this, but is this a clear direction? So we're going to look at the cost and the efforts need to be done to invest in our staff. City manager's office is going to come back to and also scope out what an equity action plan looks like for this organization. And then we're also going to show you what an actually truly funded office of DEIJ looks like for this community. Council, is that good for you all as a starting point?
Yes.
For us, yes, but I also want to make sure that that is giving enough of a beginning of a roadmap to be clear for staff. Because I do know this lack of definition, this nebulousness has caused a lot of confusion. It's caused a lot of, I don't want to say trauma necessarily, but it's hard when you don't know what you are supposed to be working towards. And I'm hearing that very clearly and I just want to make sure that this is addressing that, because I think that's really a big part of what today is to make sure that we are giving a good direction forward to start addressing this, so that people aren't getting pulled in multiple directions or doing all this work on something and then being like, well, that's not what I wanted.
I'll add to that.
Tina?
One of the things I was hearing last night was a need for more information and all the options. And I think if staff were given a clear direction or clear goals, clear vision, they would know what information would help you to come to a decision rather than just information overload.
Shall we move on to another topic? Yeah, I think you guys are in a good place here. You're much better off than you were at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, yeah? So it's good on this. All right. Next, another big one. Climate change, you've got what? We talked about earlier, we talked about a housing plan, we talked about climate change plans. Please remind me, Mr. Sanders, what exactly is happening where we are.
So there's a work session scheduled April 18th the two staff members that are working in the climate space are going to be presenting where we are, what have we been doing, and what's next.
And that's climate change, and that is when?
April 18th, the 4:00 work session.
Do we have someone who's actually, this is their full-time job?
There is a position to be filled. They're in the process of getting that posted so that we can start to interview the hire.
But how is it with the staff so far? Just
We have a staff person doing program-related climate work, but there's a climate plan position that hadn't been filled. That has been what, I think, when we talk about the nebulous, the confusion, the chaos, the changes, all of that has contributed to why we've been not as stuck as we think we are, but at least we're just not on the same page as council, city manager's office staff. And that's what this is intended to reboot that effort and get us moving in the same direction.
There's been two staff members that are part of a group that's met like once every bi-monthly or something like that, that me and Sina have set on. Has met bi-monthly with other stakeholders to talk about climate stuff, but my impression has been that they've been working on stuff, but they've been unsure with all the turnover, like how like the city manager's office wanted to connect to their work or how it would all fully be fleshed out. So at least from what me and Sina have been a part of, there's been some work done, but a lot of uncertainty of how it fits in any way operationally into the city or like what deliverable is going to be produced.
Is there, in your mind, is there any direction that staff needs on this particular issue? At this point, considering the fact you're going to come to council with an update, you're advertising the position to focus on this. So council's already made the financial investment in this lens for operations and in the community. What else is staff needing right now, maybe?
The 18th is really, that was what I intended for it to be, is really a check-in to make sure that what you hear is what you expect to hear for going forward. Give some reaction to what you hear, give some direction to what you want. That is not being said. That's really what I asked for.
Because Sam, I think, I'm sorry.
Please.
I think that you told us when we were asking about this is that there was some miscommunication that I think staff thought it was, I forgot the term, kind of more operational or project oriented. You know, we're just like, we can get some things done.
Right.
Instead, because at one point we were light years ahead of other localities and now we're just kind of either behind or in the middle, and so we have resources, we have staff doing things that let's praise what we're doing. And so the 18th will be a big day, I think. So
Is there anything that council thinks that staff needs to be considering or focusing on this topic that you're not aware of? Or are you satisfied and sort of waiting that you've got something coming forward?
Well, I don't know what's going to happen on April 18th. And I'm sure we'll all have reactions to what happens on April 18th, but I'm not sure that now is a great time for us to sort of do the next decision tree analysis.
The only thing I would add is I think this is more a council decision, but we know whenever a climate action plan is finalized, it's going to take money to implement. So how do we begin to make decisions as a council for how to have some money that we know will be available or in reserve to actually implement it? And I think that's the case for our climate action plan, thinking 4 or 5 years out, our housing plan, in transit as well as, we've set forward the goals for these plans, but we haven't made any kind of commitment or clarity on how we're going to fund it.
I will say, I mentioned last night, one of the areas that we have the greatest potential for very knowledgeable citizen input is on climate change. We have people who are associated with sustainability efforts at UVA and engineering and other departments who really, really want to have a chance to come share their knowledge with us. Great opportunity for some kind of a committee, task force, whatever you want to call it, that I hope we would be able to harness some of that energy and some of that knowledge.
All right.
I would say encourage more, keep going. What else? What else would you want in the climate space, just so that we don't miss this moment, since you're all right here together and free talk is free?
One thing that I've thought about in terms of wanting climate change to be sort of as part of the focus of every decision comes down to our current favorite topic, electric buses. Because on the one hand, we could simply say to the transit director, go get a bunch of buses. And maybe we end up with diesel buses, and maybe we end up with CNG buses, and maybe we end up with electric vehicles, though that's the more expensive option, so probably less likely to happen unless we say to the government as a whole, including transit, this is important. It is important enough that we're willing to spend another X number, $100,000, 200, whatever it is. It's important enough that we're willing to do that. And yes, I understand that you may have some hesitancy. I'll just pick on this one issue. You may have some hesitancy about whether electric buses are ready to go. We're saying as a council, it is an important enough priority to us. We absolve you of any responsibility if things don't work right, because we're making what is essentially not only an engineering judgment, but also informed by a political judgment that this is important to us. It's important enough that we're willing to spend some money on it. And that's a decision that council uniquely makes.
I think,
And we need to be willing to take that on.
yeah, I agree with that completely. And I also think that another aspect of city government, that message has got to sort of permeate, I'm not suggesting we wipe out the gas company at one fell swoop, but, I think the ideas of taxing those connections or being more transparent at the cost of the real cost of natural gas. I think we just are gonna have to the tendency with climate is always, well, everyone knows it's easy to just kick the can down the road. And I would just really ask staff, if you're an engineer working in public works, your main goal is to try to do your project as efficiently, as cost effectively as possible. Climate might be something that you sort of think about, but it's not like your feet may not really be held to the fire. And somehow, and I don't know those people that well, really, for me to say that. I'm just speaking from my own experience doing engineering work and project work. It is always easier to say, well, the extra cost of doing a sustainable solution right now is just not worth it because we've got limited budget. But I would rather see, what more money would you need to do the project as greenly as possible, as opposed to sort of erring on the side of as inexpensively as possible right now, because the long-term costs are going to be great. So.
Yeah, so I just like to add 2 comments to that. For someone who had, with the county transportation hat on, and for 20+ years saw, pretty much every other year the city do a transit study, talk to people and change the routes, because people say, yes, I'll use transit, but they didn't, the routes would go in and they wouldn't use it. That's like, well, when the weather gets bad, I'll use it. Out there, it wouldn't run. So I wanted to be green, but I also wanted to be usable and efficient, and not just put it out there. We said we got 15-minute routes and it's empty half of the time. And we could do 5-minute routes on routes that people will use it on. And maybe 30 or 45 minutes route on those that I said I wasn't going to be one of those counselors to come in and change the bus routes because every other one did it. They did it, but here we are. But I understand this is a different time that I wanted to be green, but I also wanted to be efficient. I just want to say 15 minutes everywhere, or 30 minutes everywhere. And we take it to some neighborhoods because they just bought the $70,000-$80,000 car, they're not gonna let it sit in the driveway for 5 days out of a week or whatever. You know, so that's where I am with transit. I think we need to do it. But I will really want it to be where people will use it. And we can study and ask questions and things and that as well. But I also want, as part of the climate plan, for us to have someone to be able to look at plans and not, I brought it up again yesterday, the Friendship Court tree thing not to happen again. It's like, no, we can't get rid of these trees. Come up with another plan. We can do better than this, you know, and just someone to, as part of their responsibilities, to look at projects and the number of trees that are coming down to see if they can or can't be saved. You know, that's, you know, something that simple. And that's either part of someone's current job and duties, or if it's, you know, one of the new positions that they can look at as well.
So, I was gonna say, I wanna kind of build up, because that, I mean, we're working on our new zoning code. This is a time that we can really, and things like mixed use, you know, things like mixed use development. Because if all we're building is housing, and as much as we need housing, people are gonna have to keep driving unless we're also building. I mean, I love things where you've got the apartments over the top and you've got businesses in the bottom. And I've never understood why that didn't just continue on and on and on. Why, I mean, I think it's wonderful. So, and when people can walk to the store down the street, and they can walk instead of having to get in their car because they forgot the sour cream for dinner, instead they can walk 5 minutes across, you know, down and get sour cream and walk back. We've taken a car off the road. I mean, it might only be for that moment, but it's these kinds of things too that are gonna help build up and build up and build up. And again, writing into the zoning code. If, let's say, we say, all right, you're gonna put your apartment building here and you're gonna market it because of where you're locating it. You're gonna market it mostly to people using the transit and using walking and biking. So you, instead of worrying about putting spaces for cars, let's have you instead take that funding that you would normally put into that and put into walkability, bikeability infrastructure. And, you know, we're putting in, if you're doing a development that's going to, I don't know how we can tell people you have a thing of land and we're telling you you can't cut down your trees. But if you're cutting down trees and digging into things, and it's affecting the city trees, that's, I mean,
We can make it part of the site plan.
yeah, I mean.
And there is some limited authority under present site plan ordinances for that. I think we should be, this actually is in a broader concept. I mean, you touched on a couple of things that one thing we should perhaps be talking about is as we finalize the zoning rewrite this year, how many other things can we build in the necessity to approve tree removal, to require substitution of more trees if you're having to take the tree down, that kind of thing. I know that we've got some element of that in the code right now, at least we did 30 years ago, I assume it's still there. But we need to make sure that that's there and strengthened, because my understanding is that Virginia law actually permits more of that than we presently.
I think I see one of the most important areas being that cross-departmental work. If our climate staff and action is siloed, I don't think we're going to be able to make an impact. I mean, I think the Friendship Court project is an example of that. So there's 2 mature trees that are going to be coming down, and it's because of our setback requirements, sidewalk width requirements, and in working with departments, they just didn't provide any flexibility. So the choice had to come between do you have less housing or do you get rid of the too mature trees? Because there was no flexibility on our code. And maybe there's no way around it, but you know, those kind of actions within NDS and engineering seem pretty fundamental to our ability to execute a climate plan. And likewise, as a council, being able to prepare to know like how much money do we need to be ready to invest in new staff positions and new programs. Again, I just think there's a bunch of investments we haven't yet made that we're not thinking and planning proactively enough for how we're going to make it. If transit is a perfect example, you know, that plan for either 30 or 15 fixed length routes is Garland's plan for what it would take to increase ridership and reverse the decline there's been. And there's tens of $millions of federal money, but it needs matching money. And what's our plan to have that ready? And the final thing I would say with climate is, you know, you look to the infrastructure law, there's billions of dollars for bus electrification, electrical vehicle charging stations, also billions of dollars for climate mitigation plans or related to floodplains. So that's a very short-term or immediate thing where if we want to make the biggest impact we can on climate change, we've got to identify at least some of those programs and figure out how we're going to position ourselves to at least have a chance of getting them.
If I may, council, just in the sake of time,
I'm good, by the way.
that was my
Okay.
first, that was my first question. My second question is, to your point, Councilor Payne, we talked a little bit about yesterday. Obviously, we talked about today, we're advertising for a position that's focusing on climate change. But two things, we talked earlier this morning, intergovernmental relations, and then yesterday we talked about grants coordinator. And also, all three of these things sort of seem to go together in my mind as sort of part of a team that's working through a lot of these different challenges, not just climate change, but that's a great example, has to be applicable. So to me, you've got council presentation on the 18th, staff position advertised. There is a clear desire of all 5 members of council to invest in this. I mean, I'm hearing that very clear. I think staff is too. There's lots of opportunities in the zoning rewrite and land use and transit and other things that the city does with fleets of buses and everything else. But one of the things we'll have to consider in this FY24 pre-budget presentation or preparation that later this summer is looking at that staff capacity of intergovernmental relations and grants coordinator to help out and finding these funding and navigating these things you want to do. Is that fair? Staff?
Yes.
All right.
The only other thing I would add, just from a time,
Mhm.
if there's anything that you're thinking about for 23, Thursday, to talk about that, and then we're on tap for adopting the budget on the 12th.
I said FY24.
I know, but I'm just saying, and then the other thing is you think about sort of this direction, I think it's important to, you know, from a staff perspective, is to think about, I think Councilor Wade said this earlier, that, you know, what is your strategy? Is it a mile long and an inch deep? Or do you really want to, like, how do you prioritize all these things? Because it comes back to, you know, how do we best address those issues with the limited resources we have? And are you looking for a big bang in each, you know, 3 big bangs in each of these areas, or a whole bunch of little things to get you there? So that's some good guidance that I think would be helpful.
I think it's very helpful. And also the fact that even though you're hiring some of these positions or focusing on this, you're still going to have to do some training and refreshing of this knowledge for some of your subject matter experts in land use planning and trends and everything else. Because again, people are not classically trained as a master's in urban regional planning on how to navigate and reduce, you know, climate change. That's not something you're going to be seeing. So you've got to make sure people understand when they're applying this to their field of expertise, that they look through that lens as well, just like equity. Yes.
Yes.
Shall we move on? All right. Thank you all. Allison, if I can first, council, do you mind if I just get a reminder for myself, so a reset on where we are, presentations, zoning rework, all those good things? Can I ask the city manager's team to help me with that? So where are we at?
So we have a work session scheduled on Monday on housing. That'll go deep into the equivalent of what we just did in the climate space. It is our review of the assessment work that we just did. It is a review of our efforts to date internally with the affordable housing plan that exists, and a variety of decision points, heartburn questions that need to be looked at for how we can go forward. And I'm anticipating, and I will be showing how we can expand our capacity as well based on certain decisions that we need to.
Is there, from an operational standpoint, anything that you'd like council to give you all feedback on right now, beyond what you're obviously going to be doing Monday? In this forum?
I guess I will pose some of the nebulous questions, since that's where we've been hanging out for most of last night and today. We have not embraced a homeless strategy, an anti-homeless strategy within our efforts internally. And I think we need to have some conversation on that.
Yes, we do.
And I really think that needs to be a regional approach, because if we're the only one that's doing it, then we should just say that maybe we already are, that we're going to be the regional homeless entity for this area.
We are that technically, sadly. So that's the reason why it is a nebulous issue. Because we see it every day, right here. And we are not necessarily embracing efforts to intervene. And that seems to be a very hard pill for me personally to swallow, and others as well.
I think it has to be directly in the center, housing connected with addiction and mental health. And if we don't have all three of those working in concert, we can't make it done.
I would also say physical health. We are often seeing our unhoused brothers and sisters being released from hospital with severe traditional physical health ailments that add complexity to housing them, even if we were to have a place and space for them, which, by the way, we don't.
Can you give me an example? You mean like someone might be in a wheelchair or crutches?
Absolutely. So an example from a few months ago, a gentleman, we will call him Tom, was released from UVA hospital with severe uncontrolled diabetes, as well as recovering from treatment of gangrene. The individual was released into homelessness. He happened to own a vehicle, which saved him for a few days until he called the Home to Hope team, who he was also working with, saying very sheepishly, "I'm so sorry to bother you. I wasn't able to get to the Haven today. And my insulin is hot. Can I still take it?" The answer is no. If you are released, however, into a vehicle as shelter, how are you supposed to keep your insulin cold? So thankfully, our team, they called me, they called others. We wrapped around him services between Home to Hope, Office of Human Rights, and Department of Human Services to replace his insulin, which Home to Hope was able to pay for. And Office of Human Rights worked very diligently to try to find this individual housing. We ended up paying for shelter in a hotel. And between our Office of Human Rights lead, Mr. Todd Niemeyer, as well as a team member from Region 10, giving him the wraparound care that he needed for him to be successful. I say this not as a slight, but notice how none of that conversation involved any of our nonprofits in the community. It was Office of Human Rights, it was Region 10, which is a state entity. It was Office of Department of Human Services providing assistance for him. That individual is an example of someone who had medical needs that led into complications of also being homelessness. So it's not just individuals who have undiagnosed mental health concerns, which sometimes could be substance use disorder, oftentimes could not be. It can just be that is a barrier for them to being able to be successfully housed. If you have untreated bipolar disorder, it will be very hard for you without wraparound services to be successfully housed. You will get kicked out. That landlord then may not want to rent to anyone in the homelessness network, but I still can't get you treatment for your bipolar disorder, and I also can't get you into housing.
So I understand that, and every locality is not as giving as we are, because I know from several examples of my time on United Way Board that other localities, they will give someone a ticket to Charlottesville.
Yep.
One from Ohio and some from Southwest Virginia. Oh, you got family in, not even in Charlottesville, but in the vicinity. Go there, they'll take care of you. I'm glad that we can, but it's just not sustainable for one city to do this alone. So we need a game plan. But we can't do this alone. We're gonna run into capacity issues really quick. And what gets people upset is that if someone who's lives in the 10th and Page for the last 40 years and their family member needs something and they go and it's full, then then that's another equity issue that comes up type of thing. So we can't solve it here, but I guess we're gonna have to, because it stops with us, but we're gonna have to, I think we're gonna have to realize that we can't do and be it all. I hate to say that, but we just can't, because mental health is very, very expensive, because it's not just a one-shot deal. Sometimes you gotta go either 20, 30 times or even longer, for sessions or medication or whatever. It's very expensive.
Some of the reasons we have to think regionally on this, and we have to. So when I worked at Hop Hatchem, one of the things that would happen is we are in District 9. District 9 is Goochland, is all sorts of places, but because we have the Haven here that has a physical address, people who didn't have other options would be released to Charlottesville, regardless of whether or not they were from this area even. Many years ago, this doesn't happen as much now as it used to. But we had a lot of people who used to get released from Western State to Charlottesville, regardless of where they lived before, because we had good services. When someone becomes homeless, they make their way to Charlottesville because, if you can't afford your house and you do happen to be lucky to have a car, you're not gonna probably have your car for long. Additionally, even if you don't have a car, you need to be someplace that you can get to things. You need to be a place that you can get to food and food banks. And so people from all over come here. And anybody that takes any federal money can't put parameters on where you're from. Federal money doesn't care. It says if you're homeless, you cannot have preferences for locality. You have to simply let anybody in.
Yeah.
And we should be. It's a person.
So not to, take us
Yeah.
too deep down the rabbit hole, but I think if we're gonna think about what it could look like to operationalize some kind of strategy, I think if you look at successful models, you have a permanent shelter that's open 24/7. And then you have housing opportunities connected to having received and been receiving mental health and addiction treatment services. And there's sort of the pipeline of a shelter to provide a place to be at, and sort of a structured pipeline to getting permanent housing. And obviously, we don't have a permanent shelter. And so the question is, what does it take to be realistic about what needs to happen regionally to get there? And then maybe a more concrete, specific thing is the fact that, when you look at the history of the Haven, the Haven is not able to operate overnight because there was opposition to the Haven even existing. And that was the compromise that they got to have it constructed. Thinking about permanent shelter, is that something to explore where there's not a limit on when they can even be open? And maybe they wouldn't even utilize that and go in that direction, but it's at least a place to start.
Tied in is TJ, HDC or?
TJAC.
TJAC.
I meant the fellow in charge of it.
Anthony.
Anthony Hara, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like my conversation with him that he had the needs that are being expressed, or the issues that are being expressed now. He understood them and said similar things. My conversation with him, I guess I hear what my friend Juan is saying about we can't do everything. I still would like to know what can we do? You know, what are our options in terms of
You can direct funding to the category. You can direct staff to make sure that the scoring model rewards for reaching the most complicated populations. You can make some different decisions as to who gets how much of what we give out so that there is enough available to do certain things. You can choose to identify specific projects that you want to target as an attempt to resolve aspects of the problem. I guess that's what I'm more or less looking, taking the temperature as to where does that land as a place of comfort.
I would also, I mean, one, I love that personally, but that's I would also like it if we could start collecting some data from the organizations so that we can start presenting to our rural partners that we are serving their citizens as well. And that we start, whether through TJPDC or other groups that we are in as partnerships, that we start addressing the fact that this is a regional problem. Because I will say, and again, this was years ago, it's been a few years since I was working in homelessness. But when I heard people from other localities saying they didn't have any homeless people. It's like, that's because they're all here.
So I guess to Cena's point, I mean, is an idea to have the TJPDC work with TJAC or whatever? You know, is that a venue in which we could talk about a regional, not solution, because you're not going to solve homelessness, but better ways to deploy our resources region-wide? Are there any connections between the district planning commission or planning district?
The Regional Housing Partnership is an opportunity to elevate it there. We also have our home funds come through a consortium model. So we're interacting with the regional contacts there as well. It's just making sure that you're ready to receive the level of recommendations that can come as options.
I'd like to know.
'Cause I think that's ultimately, if we feel like what we're doing in the way of dispersing it is satisfactory, that's one thing. If we are of the opinion that it's not, then that's what I'm asking. Because for me, my answer is it's not. If we say 0 to 80% is where we want all of our money to go, we're not hitting zero.
I just think in order for us to be effective, homelessness is such a specific and unique problem that the solutions are going to be very different from the rest of our housing plan. I really almost think it needs a plan of its own. And I think we've seen, you can look at localities like San Francisco or Los Angeles that have invested billions and billions of dollars, and the issue hasn't gotten better because they didn't have a coherent strategy with evidence-based grounding. And anyway, point being, I think, you know, we're gonna need some kind of more strategic plan that we have some data and evidence that would suggest to us that it's actually gonna make a difference. So our investments are having the most transformative impact. And you look at different localities, they have different approaches that have very different effect. New York City, I think around 93% of their homeless population is sheltered and has access to a permanent shelter. I think an area like San Francisco or Los Angeles, that number is like 20-30%. But they're investing even more money than New York City. So those are very, very different situations than us in Charlottesville, but I think the strategy we use is going to make all the difference.
And Mr. Pinkston, just to answer your question, TJAC is a regional entity. It is already connected very deeply with the Thomas Jefferson Planning District. However, just from my experience here in homelessness work in the Commonwealth, City centers are naturally the place where individuals who need services are going to gather. We are unfortunately not a unique and individual snowflake in this particular area, and even down to having individuals being bused to a location. That is why Roanoke has a rescue mission that probably in total has about 500 bed opportunities, because we're right off 81. And there are other localities that will genuinely hand a one-way bus ticket to an individual for them to be dropped off at the Greyhound station in Roanoke, Virginia. It is unfortunately a actual method of managing homelessness for some entities. That being said, the evidence-based way that we know now to address homelessness is housing first.
But I think the goal, I think our first goal has to be, how do we have a space that is a permanent 24/7 shelter with sufficient beds? That's the foundation.
Yeah.
And then connecting that housing to a housing opportunity connected with addiction and or mental health treatment services for those who need it. And I think that first step of how do we even have an overnight 24/7 shelter that's not just during cold weather, winter periods, is like the foundational problem.
That's the point.
Yes.
That's exactly the point. And the question then is, and are we gonna take $2 million to buy that property so that the beds can be available?
I think we should be ready to plan and make that investment.
Or should we convert one of our existing properties?
I think I have what I need.
If I may, this topic is extremely important. It's immediate, and it's going to require a lot of partnership and work, but it's also going to require an investment to happen. My recommendation is, because of the nature of this and the diversity of topics that goes along with it and the expertise that's needed, would council be willing to dedicate a work session where staff takes some time between now and that work session to work through some best practices, some recommendations, come back to you guys, and you dedicate an entire work session to this topic?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can, a council meeting.
The 4 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah, if we could have Anthony Harrow there, I'd love to have him present, like be part of the mix.
And I've been working very hard to get Anthony to come before you to present what we call the point in time count, or you may hear it called the PIT count. PIT counts occur in every locality. Generally, it has a continuum of care for homelessness process in January. I believe we are getting him in May.
First work session in there.
Right.
That's great. And what Mr. Hargrove is suggesting, I would say this would come after that. You would be able to hear from Anthony and let him focus on what TJAC is doing, how is it working and all of that. And then we will come back with something separate from that.
And that gives you that perfect time frame and planning for the next budget year and all those things you can make. And there could be some immediate decisions council decides to take off. So I'm not just saying it has to wait.
You know, a medically fragile dedicated, Fredericksburg has one. They partnered with their hospital. The hospital found that it saved them money to do so. And so I mean, if this is a good chance to partner with UVA as well, because that's a very, again, having worked in homelessness, when you have a congregate shelter of 45 people and you have one staff overseeing that, having somebody who has extensive medical needs, you don't have the staffing to handle. And you are actually risking 44 other people for one person. And it is a horrible position to be in, but it is one that reality sometimes checks in of where I can help 44 people stay safe, or I can help one person stay safe. And I don't like anybody having to be in that position. But medical fragility is we get people who come to Charlottesville to use UVA from outside of the area and then end up staying because they can't get the treatment at UVA because they have no place to recover from the treatment. So they end up in Charlottesville for years waiting to try to get treatment.
We actually have an individual right now that is prepared and ready and has asked to go to substance use treatment. But the requirement of treatment is that that person have a place to go after they are released from inpatient treatment. And we don't have a place for that individual to be able to reside after inpatient treatment. So he's still here. I saw him yesterday.
Is there anything else on housing that would be useful to clarify, or we already talked about that so much?
We'll beat it to death on Monday.
That's great. You've got a starting point on some council discussion and action. That's fantastic. If it's council's pleasure, if it's okay, let's move on to economic development, workforce development, business community. One of the things we talked about yesterday, and this goes back, I think it was to Mayor's comments earlier, and we just talked about this, and this is what we talked about first thing this morning. The focus has been just managing chaos the last 2 years. We were talking about the last time the economic development director has been in front of council, not that the economic development staff has not been doing anything, been very busy, obviously, last year supporting our business community, but it seems like one of the first things is getting the director back in front of council. We talked about that last night. So that's one thing we're going to do, right, as a staff.
Yeah.
What are some other operational things that are immediate action items that we can do over the next few months in preparation? I don't know if staff has anything specific questions they have for council, or if council has a question or a direction they want to talk about to focus on in this sort of realm of operations.
Well, one of the things that I mentioned last night that is a fairly immediate concern is, as we do the zoning rewrite, are there going to be any efforts to try to make some decisions about the key areas in the city that could be developed as housing or could be developed for industry or what, knowing that we've had loads of people suggesting, frankly, sometimes in the realm of don't put affordable housing in my neighborhood, but how about over there? And the over there is sometimes in a place where we might rather have other forms of economic activity. So I don't know what the best way is for us to deal with that in terms of the zoning rewrite and the decisions that will have to be made in that regard in the next 6 months. But we're going to have to make those decisions probably in the next 6 months.
So effective land use and zoning rewrite. And if I can add another thing we talked about last night, which I think Mr. Sanders talked about, the presentation on what the city actually owns, properties and facilities. I think that's going to be a report out the council was very interested in. Yes. So we're going to do that. What else, folks?
Yeah, I may have missed this, but I would like exploration of the city buying of property for not permanent, where we can house unhoused individuals year round.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Because y'all were talking about maybe purchasing some for $2 or $3 million, and so I think that sometimes you can keep paying rent. This might be even cheaper if you buy the place. So I don't know if there's any property out there like that, but it should be explored as an option.
I would love an update. Maybe this is just a matter of me going to the relevant board or commission. But I think it'd be valuable. Maybe it's already coming. All this is running together in my brain. I'm sorry. Rich Schuyler to come to present the Orange Dot report. I'd like more information about how to network to work and the work that I guess the companion programs that the city has. I hope there's not duplication of effort with those initiatives. I still believe that the idea of network to work is a really amazing one, and I'd like more sort of an update on how well that's working and how the city can be an even better partner.
And we do have that reserved in the fall as a work session.
We were gonna wait for the update to the Orange Dot report, which won't be in until fall, but I can share with you just very quickly, the Downtown Job Center was created because oftentimes our more regional job workforce entities were focusing in on jobs outside of the actual physical 10 square miles. And so think of the Downtown Job Center as a complement. They work hand in hand with Mr. Schuler, so it's not a competition or a
Skylar.
duplication.
Skylar.
Skylar, sorry. I'm Southern, I'm allowed to mess things up. They think of it as more of a complement and a collaborative effort. In addition to just, if you think about sometimes where those workforce offices are, they are sometimes a little more difficult to get to.
Yeah.
And so the beauty of the Downtown Job Center is we know it is clearly on a bus sign, it is accessible. You know, even down to the fact that because you all have made the investment in the mall having wireless, we see people sometimes will sit with their smartphones because that's what they have to look for jobs if they're not in here doing that. So it just ends up being a very convenient place for people to come and receive those services, but not competitive services, very complimentary.
Good. Yeah, I know that talking with Frank Scolacci at one point, and this is maybe a year or two, this data is a year or two old, maybe things have changed, but it seemed like in some departments in the city, there was a little resistance to fully participating in network to work. Again, maybe that's old data, but I think a really honest conversation with Ridge and just making sure that we are good partners with that, it makes a lot of sense.
And I would agree with that. And another, maybe smaller, more immediate thing is I would definitely be interested, given all the turnover, to just get an update or a sense of things stand with the city's minority business programs, our GO program, and those initiatives that have been underway, and just status report of where they are now and what's the game plan to make sure that they continue to grow. Another thing is HUD Section 3, which is about providing economic and job opportunities to residents in public housing or any investments relating to HUD, and how that connects to things like the GO program and more broadly, we have had a fairly decent foundation in terms of community investment collaborative, GO program, network to work. When we're thinking about affordable housing, how do we connect those opportunities to investments in public housing and Friendship Court and think about, how to expand those opportunities for people to build generational wealth, become small business owners, be able to get, good paying jobs in the industries that are coming here, and recognizing that, building affordable housing is critical, but people having the opportunity to have a good paying job and build wealth is just as vital. And the final thing, which is much bigger and long term, is do we have a vision of having a strategy of community wealth building in a long term vision of something like Richmond's Office of Community Wealth Building, because that is a very deep area that there's a lot of work across the country that's been done on. Again, looking at co-ops, community development corporations, community land trusts, community financial institutions. And we have some of those building blocks, but we certainly don't have a strategy about how we could connect them all and be really strategic about it.
Michael, is that something that you would see would fall under Chris Ingles' remit in an ideal world?
I'm not sure. Economic development is part of it, but my guess it would be bigger and beyond just certainly one person.
Do you? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna, I think this is where also our mentorship / internship program would want to fall under. And how do we, because internships and mentorship programs within the city, encourage our youth to take part. And I know we have the KYIP program, but beyond that, and maybe even, I don't know if we have any sort of mentorship program that having kids coming in, or I don't know how it worked necessarily. It's just, I'm sure other places have them though, that could encourage kids to think about joining local government and taking part of that. I would also say incubator space, either as part of our zoning, that SUP process, I don't know if that's allowable. I know we can always write in, there's affordable housing proffers, but what about incubator space proffers as well? Or new businesses, because it's not necessarily something that's negative to a new business to provide an extra amount of space to incubate a small business, which could potentially be, or encouragement of that for our own properties. Again, I'm gonna keep coming back to this. Then I also see the intergovernmental office being part of this. Because again, there are federal and state funding opportunities that could help in the economic development and workforce.
Yeah, all that makes sense to me. But I also wanted to just ask the city manager staff about the wealth building notion that Michael has mentioned a couple of times. It seems like that's like a complement to the more classic traditional economic development. Is there the people within the city manager staff that, I don't know, Ashley or Sam, if they have any kind of expertise in that, or is that something we could do a study on what wealth building looks like? I mean, I get the idea, I think conceptually that what Michael is getting at. Is there a way we could? I think we would need more like information. I don't know if a consultant could help us, or if there's like some benchmark cities we could compare ourselves to and say, what does wealth building look like in Charlottesville? What are ways that we?
Yes, I think that that's something certainly we could do. You also have the benefit of having two deputies who both have run bank-on programs, which specifically focus in on providing mainstream banking accessibility to individuals who are unbanked and underbanked. It's what my dissertation, if I ever write it, is on. We technically have a bank-on program here that lives in the downtown job center. It hasn't been nurtured to the level that it could be. But it would be a complement to PHA's Financial Opportunity Center, not a competitor. So you do have that, but certainly there can be some perspective in, in opportunities for community wealth building that can include solo entrepreneurship. I don't know the history, but I know we used to have an incubator space. It is now office space that the city has given to the Redevelopment and Housing Authority, but my understanding is that used to be an incubator space at one point in time, at some point.
I think it's something that ultimately, I'm not sure. The whole notion of wealth building is intriguing to me. Do you think it's something that could fit under Mr. Engel's portfolio?
I think that's the point that I was making last night. We need to talk about economic development because there is a grassroots tier to economic development that is very different than project execution and delivery of jobs and those specific metrics. We just probably have to figure out how to place it more or less than whether or not it has to be in that department or in that office or in another office.
And again, in Norfolk, that would be part of Aaliyah's work in the Office of Equity for that kind of work. So there's various places and spaces that it can naturally reside. That you wouldn't have to make a new office of anything.
Can I sort of summarize what we've heard so far on this topic? Because it's a lot of stuff. I want to make sure that we're not losing track of where some of these things are going to go. And then we can, if we need to add to it, that's fine. So we've got an upcoming economic staff presentation to City Council. We're going to look at this through the lens of the zoning rewrite and land use. We're going to have a presentation to City Council on city-owned property and facilities. And while we're looking at those city-owned properties and facilities, we're going to look for other opportunities to solve other needs with these existing properties potentially that we're looking at for housing and other issues. In fall 2022, we have a presentation to council on the Orange Dot report. Once that's finished, We're going to talk about a little bit more about, we need to spend some time working about, reviewing workforce navigation with some of our partners and both internal to the city. And then council, I think, would like an update of the GO program, network to work, and also looking at the lens of the funding through HUD Section 3 and looking at public housing from a workforce standpoint. We're going to review other community wealth building initiatives in other communities, but we're also going to make sure we look at some of the initiatives they do, like banking programs. We're going to look internally here at City Hall for intern and mentorship programs, possibly for folks in this community. And we're also going to look at the possibility of how we incentivize through proffers and zoning incubator space when we look at new developments or redevelopments. Did I capture those things we've talked about accurately, or if I misspoke or not?
Pretty good. It's great.
I think one of the clear things here is, again, this is a piece that we're not approaching economic development in the traditional sense of economic development. And I think a lot of communities are changing in this area and stuff. But I think one thing to recognize in this is a lot of this is we're looking at economic development in a slightly different way than it's normally looked at. And that means some of it's gonna take, again, investment potentially in some more staff. It's gonna take,
Capacity and funding. Got right
capacity
here on
and
the side.
funding, but it's also, and possibly training.
Yep.
And of our old staff, and also being clear about that we are moving this with a tilting the lens on this. So it's being looked at differently than most people are trained to look at it.
And one thing I'm sorry.
That's
go
my
ahead.
impression.
My apologies.
That's,
One thing I didn't say out loud, but I have recorded, grassroots economic development. Where does it live?
Yeah.
Is that a good question? Yes. Okay. Is there anything else in this very wide spectrum of our community that we need to make sure we don't miss?
I think one of the balance pieces on this is how are we balancing the socioeconomic equity piece that we are encouraging with the very real need of a city to have traditional business opportunities coming in that are bringing the funding in to subsidize those opportunities to make them actually be able to happen. So
That's a really good point. I
the
think-
piece that staff might then feel a little torn about constantly having to justify an economic opportunity that could be bringing us in money with an opportunity that we would technically be losing money at, but providing a good service to our citizens and finding and helping define that balance so that staff aren't in a position of getting this push me, pull me thing, and so that they have a clear avenue to provide what council is looking for.
Keeping in mind that, for example, Apex Energy's headquarters will bring us about $700,000 a year in tax revenue
Right.
into the future. That's a
Exactly.
legitimate concern.
And we've walked away from, or depending on how you want to characterize it, not being good partners with developers who wanted to do large buildings. And I understand that there's antagonism in some quarters against that, and I understand, but I think particularly in certain areas of the city where we've had developers want to build excellent projects that could, for instance, we have the large building. I don't know all the details of why that fell through, but he could have done a lot of things, including housing the market for long-term tax revenue. So I don't want us to go down a detour about development because that could go forever. But I do think being good, incredible partners, it doesn't mean we just do whatever a developer wants. We need to make sure it's in the best interest for the city. but we need to be credible when a person comes to us. We spend a lot of money on putting site plans together or whatever. We don't want to lead people on. We would be reasonable and professional about, again, being thoughtful as a partner and looking at these, some of these projects that come before us. They're really good opportunities for the city, even though one might argue that there's some pain points as well, so.
All right. A lot of stuff, but very important. All right, in the purposes of our time, we've got a little bit left to try to get you out of here at a reasonable time. At this point, in about another 20 minutes, you'll have invested a solid 8 hours just to this retreat. So I'm gonna be mindful of that. So one of the things that I think we probably ought to spend a little bit of time on, and we've talked about it in these individual areas, but I do want to go back and focus on staff stability and resilience. I think that was one of the first things that council came together from a consensus, I think, yesterday evening, just to clarify some of the things we talked about and maybe make sure that staff's got clear direction on what those things mean, looking at positions, training, everything else. Is that okay for council? Yeah. All right. So we talked, if we remember, last night, there were several positions, or potential positions, shall I say, that staff and council discussed. So we talked about, and city manager's team, if you can help me out here on some of the things that might be more specific. We talked about professional development, both internal and external. So organizational development, within City Hall, but also professional expertise and training, for subject matter experts and folks like that. Is there anything specific that council or you had in mind when we talked about that last night, or something? I know we're obviously doing a lot of heavy lifting with equity here very soon, and also making some similar investments for climate change for our staff as well. But is there anything else in particular that would be helpful right now?
Well, we need to look at the current capacity in human resources for professional development. There's a function there, but I think because of COVID and because of the instability in the department and not having a human resource leader, that there has been far less emphasis on professional development training for the city staff. I think when I met with them the other day, I learned that there used to be a Charlottesville Academy, much like I've done in other jurisdictions. And I guess it went, they say it went for a couple of cycles, maybe 3 cycles, but then it kind of just dropped off. And that's something that we want to take another look at and see how that can be stood up as a vehicle for professional development and training, within the government. It's not put forward in this budget yet because we haven't framed out what that should look like. But I think it's something we should keep in mind. And as we've looked at human resource director candidates, looking at their background and making sure that it includes, among all of the other things we want, that professional development and training commitment.
Okay.
Say something that I experienced in another locality was just fundamental training for all city employees, incident command, those civics in general, just some basics.
Local government 101.
Yes. Just for any new employee coming on, or just a baseline for all staff.
That's not taught in 5th grade civics, is it? No one knows what a city manager is in elementary school.
Council should probably be required to take some of those as well. I'm I mean, I will say only from my perspective, from myself. I mean, I was lucky enough to have participated in the leadership pilot program thing that we had here many years ago, but I mean, so much of what local government does, I had no intention of being involved in government for most of my life. So I wasn't, it's not what I lived and breathed. I don't know a lot of stuff. And I have been learning it. But it's really hard to know what you don't know, to learn. And so just, basic core, I mean, again, in high school and everything, I was taught local government. I was taught the Magna Carta. I mean, that's not doing me a lot of service here.
You mentioned last night the Citizen Academy.
Yeah.
And we also had that kind of function in Petersburg. It's a good way for citizens to get engaged. And I think, it's something that we could do here.
It's on the list.
It's on the list, but we're not saying tomorrow.
No.
We got a lot to do to build up to that, but that's something that we could shoot for.
And that does a great job of rebuilding trust,
Right.
respect, understanding, right? Humanizes all of this again.
I think a little bit different. I mean, I feel like for us, one of the most important things is just how do we integrate this into our budget? And how do we plan for making sure we've invested enough in these staff positions and part of the position where, okay, maybe we can't do it this fiscal year, but next fiscal year, we know we need to be set up to invest in these 7 new staff positions. And I still worry that we on council's end, we haven't been able to integrate it into our budget enough and think long-term enough to make sure that we're going to be able and ready to make those investments.
There is enough diversity in the staff positions, and some of it we've talked about with equity and climate change, but some of these other things. We've talked about grants coordinator, we talked about budget and finance, we talked about management analysts to help give horsepower to staff to do research. We talked a lot about data, and you've got to have folks to actually put that stuff together. Takes a lot of time and effort to get good data together to make a good presentation, an effective presentation to you guys. We also talked about the need for a master's in social work level employee yesterday as well. And just in general, just staff analytical research and support for both the city manager team and city council. It almost sounds like this is more of a
A lot more bus drivers.
so it looks like
The beginnings of.
this could be something that, staff can go back and sort of rehash and come back to council with a specific presentation looking on staff capacity. That way you're given plenty of time well before the budget to know, okay, here's the staff needs based on all the work we've done, from now until whenever that happens. And we know that if we really want to get these things done, we're going to need these folks. So is that a good starting point to at least get council the information they need to make those decisions before we get in the budget process?
Yes.
Council, does that sound good to you?
If you wouldn't mind, just before you leave scribbling, just because I'm gonna end up taking a picture of that. Just general professional development and higher education support. So that's everything from a certificate to if someone wants a 4-year degree.
Gotcha.
Shouldn't that
Especially
be
with
under
UVA.
staffing, stability and resiliency?
Could be either. It could be capacity, because if there's someone who, for example, is willing to get the Cornell certificate in DEI, which is kind of the most popular one, that's increasing their capacity. But the current process we have is not necessarily, it doesn't make that easy or conducive for the city to sponsor that work, wherein some other localities, they make things like that a little more accessible and a little easier because it benefits the organization to have someone with that deeper knowledge.
That brings to my question for me. I'm guessing the answer is no, but do we have any kind of relationship or connection with UVA where to even think about like, hey, let's say there's an employee who's like, I want to pursue a master's of urban planning, and I could bring that knowledge and capacity back to the city, given everything that UVA has, is that just something there's nothing there?
So what we currently have is a reimbursable $2,000 per semester tuition. I don't know if you know how much credit hour costs at UVA, that's gonna get you maybe a class if you're lucky. I would say also conversely, this is just an experience I happen to have, so I can state to it. There could be some collaboration also with UVA because some of their degrees do not come with financial support. So for example, their masters in public health, great if you get in, there are no scholarships or grants. You are reliant on loans or work study, and if you're already working, not sure how that works out. So we have this wonderful institution that has this fantastic degree, which out of everything you all have talked about, public health has come up. But if the individual can't either finance it through loans or somehow finagle a work study along with their work with the city, you have a hard stop.
I think that's something she put on our list with partnerships that we talked with DVA about.
And PVCC, because we shouldn't
Yeah.
assume that all of our staff already have college degrees.
Note the Charlottesville Scholarship Program, which the city council just a couple months ago approved the expansion of to apply to city employees.
But-
It exists.
Well, what I'm saying, what I was saying was not just the scholarship program, but looking at a partnership with UVA and PVCC to see maybe if they would work with us on reduced tuition or something.
And I'm working with PVCC already. We have some team members who have wanted to become lean agile trained, and they have seeing if they have someone who can lead that work. So actually I'm working with that for some of the professional development, but also looking at K-Tech, which has automotive. Could they add in diesel? Right now, if you wanted to be a diesel tech, UTI, it is an unfortunate name, but that's what it's called, is kind of your premier technical school. My husband had to go to Texas to go to UTI. He's a BMW Audi Mini Master Tech. There is nowhere where you can go, and he can do both light, general automotive and diesel. They teach it all at that one place, but there's nowhere here you can do that. That's a benefit to us because if you're gonna have more buses, you need more mechanics. Garland's been trying to get my husband to come work for him since I got here.
One other thing I'd add, but we talked about a little bit last night, I think Mrs. Marshall did, the ICMA fellow.
Absolutely.
And we could roll that back into that staff presentation on needs, because that's a really good program, but a lot of communities have taken advantage of.
And for those who don't know the quick too long didn't read version, ICMA local government fellows are recent graduates typically of MPA or MPP programs or a like program. So maybe perhaps the person has an MBA. And they come in and work for a year or two, depending on what the locality desires as a fellow, usually moving through multiple projects to give them a wide breadth and depth of experience in local government. The benefit is you get an individual who has gone through some advanced training who could on their own potentially do some advanced policy process, management analyst, budget analyst work, depending on their background. So we are set up to look for potentially trying to get an ICMA fellow for this upcoming year for a 1-year commitment. But it is something that you can do repeatedly with ICMA, and ICMA vets those fellows. So all I do is go in, look at the applications and see who fits our needs the best and if they're willing to come to Charlottesville.
Anything else from either council or city management team on staff stability and resilience, or organizational development, internal, external training, building capacity in general, basically for our workforce here in City Hall?
We just need some.
Well, a part that we haven't spoken about, we've talked about the training. It's also the time to be able to commit to it. So a lot of people have not been able to get away from the day-to-day.
That's a great point.
So,
Yeah, we don't want to be adding on to staff who is workload is already up to here and say, oh, here, now you have to take this training that's supposed to be good for you.
And still do your job, and
Yeah,
So funding and time away as approved, working obviously with management and everything. Yeah.
so just quickly, I think that, every day in my job, I see people leave their job, not because of more money necessarily, it's because they have a bad supervisor or someone that they just, and it's really, it's not anyone with, the city or anything, but I'm sure it does happen with the city. just as anywhere else is that. So I think this may be part of the just general, just staff training, but I think our supervisors and staff just has been really stressed over the last few years, not just because of the pandemic, but because what Charlottesville has been.
And I would add to that, I mean, I think there's been a pretty fundamental change. So it's not as much of an issue now, but certainly a factor, I mean, for council, and I'm sure staff, is it was a toxic workplace environment, like incredibly toxic and bad, at least in my view. So just, how do we keep that in mind and, ensure that we continue to reverse that and that those dynamics don't come back again, because they certainly snowball.
Yeah, city employees are a constituency of council as well, absolutely.
Well,
When we get the results from the employee satisfaction survey, that will inform us of where things are, and we can then talk about developing programs and strategies to address whatever we got.
And-
do we do exit interviews?
We haven't been.
Sometimes.
They're not, it's not scheduled, but they are happening more.
As we have, I would suggest as we have an HR director in place, that exit interviews need to be done at all levels. I know traditionally they're mostly only done at management level and above in a lot of places. But I mean, I'm saying temporary bus drivers need to be asked.
We were told a year ago that they haven't been done in 15 years.
That is part of my priority of now being able to help hold the umbrella over human resources, is to get what I call the boring nuts and bolts into that system. So that would be universal onboarding, universal offboarding, which includes an exit interview, no matter who you are. Now, who does the interview may make a determination as to where you are in the organization, but that should be done for our records, along with annual performance evaluations.
And then what would we do with the exit interviews?
Hopefully, I mean, the way that I think of organizations is local governments can be high reliability organizations. They can continuously learn. To me, that's the purpose of having someone go through an exit interview, is so that we have the opportunity to learn what we maybe are doing right, because I think that's a part of an exit interview, but also where we can improve within that department, within that structure, within that particular workplace. So it gives an opportunity for the individual to have a voice with their expertise and knowledge, if they are willing to share with us, so that we can continuously evolve to become better at what we're doing in the service delivery that we're providing.
I mean, I know that's what they're supposed to do, but I just want to make sure that we acknowledge that in doing one, we then also have to have somebody who is looking at it afterwards.
Absolutely.
And following up with it, instead of it just going into a file and checking a box, that's
Right.
all.
Yeah.
Part of picking up the task of doing it ourselves, because we both have been doing them since we've been here, is so that we can then remind people how you use them and put that back into the process.
Thank you.
Just having done 3 in the past 2 weeks.
And my pause is I wouldn't think of doing it without using it. And so that is, for
Don't have the
me,
time.
that it goes hand in hand. That's how I think of them, as someone is willing to give us feedback. We should accept that feedback and incorporate it as best we can into our work.
Do we have a policy written about that?
It's in my list of policies.
And that's where I'm trying to come back on, like, I mean, again, putting in place, learning from our mistakes here and putting in place. Great, we're doing an exit interview, but what is our policy of follow-up with the exit interview?
The human resources policies have not been updated since 2005. I was talking with the staff about that the other day, so as we get in a new human resource director, we talked to candidates about that work. So we will be looking at updating human resource policies and getting them more on a best practice basis going forward, and that would be one.
The only thing I would say, just to be fair, that there was a stop and start process, but
Yes.
because of all the dysfunction, it didn't materialize. So it's not that they haven't been looked at since 2005, but they desperately need it.
Please go ahead.
Just quickly, final thing is the pay scale in pay. And I know that work is underway, but how do we make sure we're going to be ready to make that investment in our budget?
In a step system?
Gotta be informed by the compensation study, right?
And we'll have a dollar associated with it.
Good.
Compensation study.
Just an observation for what it's worth. I've sat in different communities in the chairs of all of these individuals over here as a former town city manager, deputy city manager. And I think one of the common themes that I see here is these folks need support underneath them to get, they're doing a lot of work, a lot of work. And that means only so much can get done in a reasonable amount of time. And that's
And
not,
also note that a lot of the work they're doing isn't necessarily a part of the original job description.
I would make that assumption as well. Yes, sir. I think that's a great observation. So that would just be something I'd want to focus back on because I think you've got a really solid team that's forming now. And so just making sure that they've got the work, the support they need, so they're not burning out, because these are hefty jobs with hefty responsibilities. So is there anything else from council or from the city management team or staff in general about this topic that we'd like to add to the list? It's a lot of stuff.
I mean, I feel that a lot of this here has to happen before some of this can. Because this is what's going to put this is almost like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs of the city. Without, I mean, without our base, without the city, without our staff in our city, and again, feeling respected needs to be in here too. And feeling valued needs to be in here. And that's part of the staff survey and that's part of, that's part of that because people, as was brought up, people often leave jobs about a supervisor, but they'll also leave it because of a culture. Or they might have a great supervisor, but 2 supervisors up will be too intense and putting pressure on that supervisor. And then you've got cracks happening everywhere. And some of that is going to mean some policies that rein in council too. It's just because that we have some very good guidelines, whether it's ICMA training that we take at times or that help express to us how kind of the chain of command. Management training isn't always something that every counselor has coming on board. Not every counselor has ever managed employees. And there is a lot of political pressure to get things changed, to get things done. You get phone calls about a cracked sidewalk and you want to help your citizens. But at the same time, if you don't know the process, you end up tagging into places. And we are supposed to be looking at vision, at bigger picture things, but most of us are coming from experiences and jobs where we are in the nitty gritty. And so it's very hard to think of the big picture things without also using the smaller things to understand the big picture. And I know that can create tensions and that can create dysfunction. And especially when people are looking at 5 supervisors that they have to answer to. And not always are those supervisors going to be on the same page about things. Sometimes those supervisors are going to be on totally opposite pages. And I know people go into local government expecting that to a certain extent, but if we also have policies that are very clear and in place, and we have some, and I'm not saying, but I mean, to help us, I don't want to say stay within our lane because I also know that that's part of this. We also need to have clear roles.
I know we're probably ready to move on, but I don't want to comment to off what Sina said. I know that what I've heard about past councils, not only the most recent, but going back a number of generations, as it were, in terms of city councilors sort of inserting themselves directly into the machinery of the city. I sure have tried to be careful to not do that. So I would just ask that, if you ever feel like I'm doing that, that y'all step back and say, hey, look, please make sure I'm copied on this, or please, whatever. I will sometimes email Ms. Robertson or Ms. Hamill with, help me out, please. But I think Sina's right, I feel like with this council, we really want to work through you and your team.
And let me say to that in my time here at this point, that has not been a problem. I mean, the council, you have been very engaged with the city manager's office when you've wanted something, and we've been tried to be responsive. I insist on us being responsive to the extent that we can to establish that communication. So I think to Councilmember McGill's point, at some point, maybe a conversation from ICMA, just a refresher on the council manager roles and interaction. And I think that as you think about recruiting the next city manager, emphasizing that communication with that manager and the understanding of those lanes would be very, very important to make sure you get off to a good foundation.
And it's part of the onboarding of council too. And maybe even something that we put out that's very clear. Just, again, understanding local government is different than federal or state government. It's a different animal. And people do expect you to be able to fix their storm drain.
In some ways, the real important piece is how we think about, prepare for the process and approach we'll take for hiring the next city manager.
We haven't even talked about that today.
Well, for purposes of, I think everyone's focus and ability to navigate these complex topics, I think this is a good stopping point. But I defer to you, council. But I believe we're in a really good place. You guys have done a lot of great work, both council and staff. I think this has been very productive today. And you've got some solid actionable items, which is what we wanted to leave here with on multiple topics that you find important and critical to the success of this community. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to know to make sure that all of staff have gotten, I guess, some of the answers or clarity that they were seeking out of this. Okay.
There's some work that has to be done with what we got, for sure, but most definitely a lot of clarity.
There will be additional questions. You all are not quite off.
That's true.
There is one thing that I wanted to bring up, because I'm not sure how this policy evolved and whether it was on purpose. Going back 2 years ago, we used to regularly schedule a work session for the fourth Tuesday afternoon of every month. We have since gone to the 4 o'clock every month time for an hour, hour and a half kind of work session. Is there a need for, or might there be, looking forward, a need for more such dedicated work sessions on a particular topic that might go for more than an hour at a time?
Yes.
And if so, how do other councilors feel about that? I know we've sometimes had a problem with a conflict with some other boards and commissions, but I think we finally worked that out. If we had, I think we were saying 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the fourth Tuesday. Is that an option that we should consider offering to the staff if there's something particularly compelling, we should.
Yeah, I think that would work. I just put away my calendar. And I think that we need to probably maybe do that for the first year, for the next year or two, because I just think it seemed like we have a lot to kind of catch up on. We just think-
That was one of the things that came out of our first retreat. Because one of the things, instead of just having these random meetings happening, at like being pulled together at the last, at least this way staff could prepare and be versus it, because they were happening very randomly, like, we need to have a meeting now.
And we could put it on our calendars.
Yeah.
To reserve the time, even if it wasn't actually needed. I
Right.
know for my purposes, I need to be able to tell a judge, sorry, judge, I can't have a hearing that day. I've got this already on the calendar.
And how much time are we talking about? Did you say?
A couple hours, 2-3 hours.
And it would be useful for staff planning too, in terms of teeing up those big issues
Yeah,
that we need your direction on and your input on it before we move forward. Be it collective bargaining, be it next steps with the compensation study and the results of that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd be grateful if it could start a little earlier than three or four. 3 would be fine, I guess. We did it once a month.
one of the problems with fourth Tuesdays is that you've got Ravenna Water and Sewer Authority from 2 to 4.
Yeah.
So that's why we moved it back to 4 o'clock.
Doesn't have to be the fourth Tuesday.
I know, doesn't it?
We could throw out dates and times and see if,
Okay,
And we have begun to kind of forecast out a variety of work sessions already. We're well into months from now. We have to actually get with Kina and make sure that she's aware of what we've been planning. Those work sessions. But I think part of the work that we still have to do in kind of digesting all of this is figuring out exactly what those true topics are that require that extra attention, and then we can build out that schedule as well, and then figure out how to do that.
And that's part of developing the cadence that we talked about
Yes.
last night, so that we staff know where we're going, and the council knows what they can expect in terms of topics, along the way.
And Kina and I had a moment when I was trying to figure out one thing in that regard, that we do have a series of regular entities that come before us with reports. We might even be able, well, not might, we should be able to even tie the delivery of those reports to further conversation as well. So there's some coordination that we need to do, and we'll schedule that conversation.
this also gets back to one of my other bones to pick with the way we've tended to do business. I hate to have a situation where we are either expected to, or we end up making a decision on an issue of complexity the first time we see it. And so if we can get it at a work session when there's no vote scheduled, we can get it, we can think about it, we can talk about it.
Right.
And then when the vote comes up, then we'll know what we're doing.
If we're doing work sessions right, that's the way it's
That's
supposed
right.
to be. Right, yes.
Anyway,
and if we can start getting our agendas. So that they're not quite as, something comes up, it's gotta go on the agenda now. That we start, and it's gonna take some time, I know, to kind of get out of that.
Yep.
But start hopefully getting a little bit, maybe it's not like Albemarle does with 3 months out. But I actually had someone tell somebody in a group the other day, nope, I'm sorry, we're 3 months out, we can get that in June. And they were firm on that. They just, it was like, they pushed back and said, nope, we can't.
And that's part of that conversation that we can have.
I would like to get clarity on whose role it is to make that decision.
Right.
I can do my part. I just need to know, do I have the authority to say no to certain things? And at what point do we draw that line?
Yeah, that was a city manager making that, or the county manager making that statement. So I know it's not, but we haven't been doing it that way. And so one, we have to factor in like a runway for people to get used to it. And we are gonna have to factor in a little bit of emergency, but it is also gonna mean council not presenting things at the last minute, and I have been guilty of this, and that's,
We all have.
so it's also
So
some training.
what I'm hearing is that we need to collaborate, and as we think about this agenda, making sure that whatever we schedule, council has enough time to consider it. And this the temptation, unless it's absolutely necessary, to do, last minute agenda items, or unless it's an absolute emergency on something, and those happen, but as a matter of practice, we'll be consistent and planned, and council has enough time to deliberate on these complex matters.
And we'll let the bullseye rest right there.
Right.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, on behalf of Weldon Cooper Center and Institute of Government, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And we look forward to continuing our partnership with you all.
So Charles, so you're going to
I
feed
think
this
has
back
been
to us?
productive.
What I'll do, just for everyone's, so everyone understands what's happening next with our end, we'll take all this information, we'll put it in a very brief report out, easily digestible, and send that back to city manager staff for their review. And then they can take that draft and we'll get a formal document that they can send to you all.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mayor, we adjourn.
Yes, we're adjourned. Thank you.